Mahabharata Book 2. Sava Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 1. OM. After having bowed down to Narayana and Nara, the most exalted male being, and also to the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vyasa said, then, in the presence of Vasudeva, Maya Daneva, having worshipped Arjuna, repeatedly spoke unto him with joined hands and in amiable words, O son of Kunti, saved have I been by thee from this Krishna in spate and from Pavaka, fire, desirous of consuming me. Tell me what I have to do for thee. Arjuna said, O great Asura, everything hath already been done by thee, even by this offer of thine. Blessed be thou. Go whithersoever thou likest. Be kind and well disposed towards me, as we are even kind to and well pleased with thee. Maya said, O bull amongst men, what thou hast said is worthy of thee, O exalted one. But O Bharata, I desire to do something for thee cheerfully. I am a great artist, a Viswakarma among the Dandavas. O son of Pandu, being what I am, I desire to do something for thee. Arjuna said, O sinless one, thou regardest thyself as saved, by me, from imminent death. Even if it hath been so, I cannot make thee do anything for me. At the same time, O Daneva, I do not wish to frustrate thy intentions. Do thou something for Krishna? That will be a sufficient requital for my services to thee. Vyasa said, then, O bull of the Bharata race, urged by Maya, Vasudeva reflected for a moment as to what he should ask Maya to accomplish. Krishna, the Lord of the universe and the creator of every object, having reflected in his mind, thus commanded Maya, let a palatial Sava, meeting hall, as thou choosest, be built by thee, if thou, O son of Dithi, who art the foremost of all artists, desirest to do good to Yudhishthira the just. Indeed, build thou such a palace that persons belonging to the world of men may not be able to imitate it even after examining it with care, while seated within. And, O Maya, build thou a mansion in which we may behold a combination of godly, Asuric, and human designs. Vyasa continued, having heard those words, Maya became exceedingly glad. And he forthwith built a magnificent palace for the son of Pandu like unto the palace of the celestials themselves. Then Krishna and Partha, Arjuna, after having narrated everything unto King Yudhishthira the just, introduced Maya unto him. Yudhishthira received Maya with respect, offering him the honor he deserved. And, O Bharata, Maya accepted that honor, thinking highly of it. O monarch of the Bharata race, that great son of Dithi then recited unto the sons of Pandu the history of the Daneva Vrishaparva, and that foremost of artists then, having rested a while, set himself after much thoughtful planning to build a palace for the illustrious sons of Pandu. Agreeably to the wishes of both Krishna and the sons of Pritha, the illustrious Daneva of great prowess, having performed on an auspicious day the initial propitiatory rites of foundation and having also gratified thousands of well-versed brahmanas with sweetened milk and rice and with rich presents of various kinds, measured out a plot of land 5,000 cubits square, which was delightful and exceedingly handsome to behold, and which was favorable for construction of a building well suited to the exigencies of every season. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 2. Vyasa said, Janardana deserving the worship of all, having lived happily at Kandivaprastha for some time, and having been treated all the while with respectful love and affection by the sons of Pritha, became desirous one day of leaving Kandivaprastha to behold his father. That possessor of large eyes, unto whom was due the obeisance of the universe, then saluted both Yudhishthira and Pritha and made obeisance with his head unto the feet of Kunti, his father's sister. Thus revered by Kesva, Pritha smelt his head and embraced him. The illustrious Rishikesa approached his own sister Subhadra affectionately, with his eyes filled with tears, and spoke unto her words of excellent import and truth, terse proper, unanswerable, and fraught with good. The sweet-speeched Subhadra also, saluting him in return and worshipping him repeatedly with bent head, told him all that she wished to be conveyed to her relatives on the paternal side. And bidding her farewell and uttering benedictions on his handsome sister, he of the Vrishni race, next saw Draupadi and Daumya. That best of men duly made obeisance unto Daumya, and consoling Draupadi obtained leave from her. Then the learned and mighty Krishna, accompanied by Partha, went to his cousins. And surrounded by the 5 brothers, Krishna shone like Sakra in the midst of the celestials. He whose banner bore the figure of Garuda, desirous of performing the rites preparatory to the commencement of a journey, purified himself by a bath and adorned his person with ornaments. The bull of the Yadu race then worshipped the gods and brahmanas with floral wreaths, mantras, bows of the head, and excellent perfumes. Having finished all these rites, that foremost of steady and virtuous persons then thought of setting out. The chief of the Yadu race then came out of the inner to the outer apartment, and issuing thence he made unto brahmanas, deserving of worship, offerings of vesselfuls of curd and fruits, and parched grain, and caused them to pronounce benedictions upon him. And making unto them presents also of wealth, he went round them. Then ascending his excellent car of gold, endued with great speed, and adorned with banner bearing the figure of Tarkya, Garuda, and furnished also with mace, discus, sword, his bow sharna and other weapons, and yoking thereunto his horses Saivya and Sugriva, he of eyes like lotuses set out at an excellent moment of a lunar day of auspicious stellar conjunction. And Yudhishthira, the king of the Kurus, from affection, ascended the chariot after Krishna, and causing that best charioteer Daruka to stand aside, himself took the reins. And Arjuna also, of long arms, riding on that car, walked round Krishna and fanned him with a white chamar furnished with a handle of gold. And the mighty Bhimasena, accompanied by the twin brothers Nakula and Sadeva and the priests and citizens, all followed Krishna from behind. And Kesva, that slayer of hostile heroes, followed by all the brothers, shone like a preceptor followed by his favorite pupils. Then Govinda spoke unto Arjuna, and clasped him firmly, and worshipping Yudhishthira and Bhima, embraced the twins. And embraced in return by the 3 elder Pandavas, he was reverentially saluted by the twins. After having gone about half a yojana, 2 miles, Krishna, that subjugator of hostile towns, respectfully addressed Yudhishthira and requested him, O Bharata, to stop following him further. And Govinda, conversant with every duty, then reverentially saluted Yudhishthira and took hold of his feet. But Yudhishthira soon raised Kesva and smelt his head. King Yudhishthira the Just, the son of Pandu, having raised Krishna endued with eyes like lotus petals and the foremost of the Yadava race, gave him leave, saying, Goodbye. Then the slayer of Madhu, making an appointment with them about his return, in words that were proper, and preventing with difficulty the Pandavas from following him further on foot, gladly proceeded towards his own city, like Indra going towards Amravati. Out of the love and affection they bore him, the Pandavas gazed on Krishna as long as he was within sight, and their minds also followed him when he got out of sight. And Kesva of agreeable person soon disappeared from their sight, unsatiated though their minds were with looking at him. Those bulls among men, the sons of Pritha, with minds fixed on Govinda, desisted from following him further, and unwillingly returned to their own city in haste. And Krishna in his car soon reached Dvarka, followed by that hero Satyaki. Then Sari, the son of Devki, accompanied by his charioteer Daruka, reached Dvarka with the speed of Garuda. Vaisampayana continued, meanwhile King Yudhishthira of unfading glory, accompanied by his brothers and surrounded by friends, entered his excellent capital. And that tiger among men, dismissing all his relatives, brothers, and sons, sought to make himself happy in the company of Draupadi. And Kesva also, worshipped by the principal Yadavas, including Ugrasena, entered with a happy heart his own excellent city. And worshipping his old father and his illustrious mother, and saluting his brother, Valadeva, he of eyes like lotus petals took his seat. Embracing Pradyumna, Shamva, Nishatha, Sharadeshna, Gada, Anirudh, and Banu, and obtaining the leave of all the elderly men, Janardana entered the apartments of Rukmini. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 3. Vaisampayana said, Then Mayadaneva addressed Arjuna, that foremost of successful warriors, saying, I now go with thy leave, but shall come back soon. On the north of the Kailasa peak near the mountains of Menaka, while the Danavas were engaged in a sacrifice on the banks of Vindu Lake, I gathered a huge quantity of delightful and variegated vanda, a kind of rough materials, composed of jewels and gems. This was placed in the mansion of Vrishaparva, ever devoted to truth. If it be yet existing, I shall come back, O Bharata, with it. I shall then commence the construction of the delightful palace of the Pandavas, which is to be adorned with every kind of gems and celebrated all over the world. There is also, I think, O thou of the Kuru race, a fierce club placed in the lake Vindu by the king of the Dandavas, after slaughtering therewith all his foes in battle. Besides being heavy and strong and variegated with golden knobs, it is capable of bearing great weight, and of slaying all foes, and is equal in strength unto 100,000 clubs. It is a fit weapon for Bhima, even as the Gandiva is for thee. There is also, in that lake, a large conch shell called Devdutta of loud sound, that came from Varana. I shall no doubt give all these to thee. Having spoken thus unto Partha, the Asura went away in a northeasterly direction. On the north of Kailasa, in the mountains of Menaka, there is a huge peak of gems and jewels called Hiranyashringa. Near that peak is a delightful lake of the name of Vindu. There, on its banks, previously dwelt King Bhajaratha for many years, desiring to behold the goddess Ganga, since called Bhagirathi after that king's name. And there, on its banks, O thou best of the Bharatas, Indra, the illustrious lord of every created thing, performed 100 great sacrifices. There, for the sake of beauty, though not according to the dictates of the ordinance, were placed sacrificial stakes made of gems and altars of gold. There, after performing those sacrifices, the thousand-eyed lord of Sachi became crowned with success. There the fierce Mahadeva, the eternal lord of every creature, has taken up his abode after having created all the worlds, and there he dwelleth, worshipped with reverence by thousands of spirits. The Nara and Narayana, Brahma and Yama and Stanu the fifth, perform their sacrifices at the expiration of 1,000 yugas. There, for the establishment of virtue and religion, Vasudeva, with pious devotion, performed his sacrifices extending for many, many long years. There were placed by Keshava thousands and tens of thousands of sacrificial stakes adorned with golden garlands and altars of great splendor. Going thither, O Bharata, Maya brought back the club and the conch shell and the various crystalline articles that had belonged to King Vrishaparva. And the great Asura, Maya, having gone thither, possessed himself of the whole of the great wealth which was guarded by Yakshas and Rakshasas. Bringing them, the Asura constructed therewith a peerless palace, which was of great beauty and of celestial make, composed entirely of gems and precious stones, and celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. He gave unto Bhimasena that best of clubs, and unto Arjuna the most excellent conch shell, at whose sound all creatures trembled in awe. And the palace that Maya built consisted of columns of gold, and occupied, O monarch, an area of 5,000 cubits. The palace, possessing an exceedingly beautiful form, like unto that of Agni or Surya or Soma, shone in great splendor, and by its brilliance seemed to darken even the bright rays of the sun. And with the effulgence it exhibited, which was a mixture of both celestial and terrestrial light, it looked as if it was on fire. Like unto a mass of new clouds conspicuous in the sky, the palace rose up coming into view of all. Indeed, the palace that the dexterous Maya built was so wide, delightful, and refreshing, and composed of such excellent materials, and furnished with such golden walls and archways, and adorned with so many varied pictures, and was withal so rich and well built, that in beauty it far surpassed Siddharma of the Dasara race, or the mansion of Brahma himself. And 8,000 Rakshasas called Kinkaras, fierce, huge-bodied and endued with great strength, of red coppery eyes and arrowy ears, well-armed and capable of ranging through the air, used to guard and protect that palace. Within that palace Maya placed a peerless tank, and in that tank were lotuses with leaves of dark-colored gems and stalks of bright jewels, and other flowers also of golden leaves. And aquatic fowls of various species sported on its bosom. Itself variegated with full-blown lotuses, and stocked with fishes and tortoises of golden hue, its bottom was without mud and its water transparent. There was a flight of crystal stairs leading from the banks to the edge of the water. The gentle breezes that swept along its bosom softly shook the flowers that studded it. The banks of that tank were overlaid with slabs of costly marble set with pearls. And beholding that tank thus adorned all around with jewels and precious stones, many kings that came there mistook it for land and fell into it with eyes open. Many tall trees of various kinds were planted all around the palace. Of green foliage and cool shade, and ever blossoming, they were all very charming to behold. Artificial woods were laid around, always emitting a delicious fragrance. And there were many tanks also that were adorned with swans and Karandavas and Chakravakas, Brahmani ducks, and the grounds lying about the mansion. And the breeze bearing the fragrance of lotuses growing in water and of those growing on land ministered unto the pleasure and happiness of the Pandavas. And Maya, having constructed such a palatial hall within 14 months, reported its completion unto Yudhishthira. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 4. Vyasa said, Then that chief of men, King Yudhishthira, entered that palatial Sava, having first fed 10,000 Brahmanas with preparations of milk and rice mixed with clarified butter and honey, with fruits and roots, and with pork and venison. The king gratified those superior Brahmanas who had come from various countries with food seasoned with sesamum and prepared with vegetables called jabanti, with rice mixed with clarified butter, with different preparations of meat, with indeed various kinds of other food, as also numberless viands that are fit to be sucked, and innumerable kinds of drinks, with new and unused robes and clothes, and with excellent floral wreaths. The king also gave unto each of those Brahmanas 1,000 kine. And, O Bharata, the voice of the gratified Brahmanas uttering, What an auspicious day is this, became so loud that it seemed to reach heaven itself. And when the Kuru king entered the palatial Sava, having also worshipped the gods with various kinds of music and numerous species of excellent and costly perfumes, the athletes and mimes and prize-fighters and bards and encomiasts began to gratify that illustrious son of Dharma by exhibiting their skill. And thus celebrating his entry into the palace, Yudhishthira with his brothers sported within that palace like Sakra himself in heaven. Upon the seats in that palace sat, along with the Pandavas, rishis and kings that came from various countries, viz., Asita and Devala, Satya, Sarpamali and Mahasara, Arvavesu, Sumitra, Mithriya, Sunaka and Vali, Vaka, Dalvya, Stulasara, Krishnadwapayana, and Sukha Sumanta, Jaimini, Pila, and the disciples of Vyasa, viz., ourselves, Tatiri, Yajnavalkya, and Lomaharshana with his son, Apsahomya, Dalmya, Anamandavya, and Kausika, Damashnisha and Trivali, Parnata, and Varyanuka, Manjayana. Vayabhaksha, Parasarya, and Sarika, Valavaka, Silavaka, Satyapala, and Kritisrama, Jatakarna, and Sikavat. Alamva and Parajataka, the exalted Parvata, and the great Mini Markandeya, Pavitrapani, Savarna, Baluki, and Galava. Jangabandhu, Rabia, Kapavega, and Brigu, Harivabru, Kondinya, Vabramali, and Sanatana, Kakshavat, and Ashija, Nachiketa, and Ashija, Nachiketa, and Gautama, Paina, Varha, Sunaka, and Sandilya of great ascetic merit, Kukara, Vinyajanga, Kalapa, and Katha, these virtuous and learned munis with senses and souls under complete control, and many others as numerous, all well skilled in the Vedas and Vedangas and conversant with rules of morality and pure and spotless in behavior, waited on the illustrious Yudhishthira, and gladdened him by their sacred discourses. And so also numerous principal Kshatriyas, such as the illustrious and virtuous Mujakitu, Vivardhana, Sangramjit, Dharmaka, the powerful Ugrasena, Kakshasena, the lord of the earth, Kshamaka the invincible, Kamatha, the king of Kamvoja, and the mighty Kampana, who alone made the Yavnas to ever tremble at his name, just as the god that wieldeth the thunderbolt maketh those Asuras, the Kalakiyas, tremble before him, Jatasura, and the king of the Madrakas, Kunti, Pulinda the king of the Karatas, and the kings of Anga and Vanga, and Pandria, and the king of Udhara, and Andhaka, Sumitra, and Saivya that slayer of foes, Sumanas, the king of the Karatas, and Shena the king of the Yavnas, Devarata, Boja, and the so-called Bhimaratha, Sritayuta the king of Kalinga, Jayasena the king of Magadha, and Sukarman, and Chekatana, and Puru that slayer of foes, Katumata, Vasudana, and Vidaha and Kritikshana, Sudharman, Anirudh, Sritayu endued with great strength, the invincible Anuparaja, the handsome Karmajit, Sisupalo with his son, the king of Kurusha, and the invincible youths of the Vrishni race, all equal in beauty unto the celestials, viz., Ahuka, Viprathu, Sada, Sarana, Akrura, Kritavarman, and Satyaka, the son of Sini, and Bhismaka, and Kriti, and the powerful Dayumatsana, those chief of bowmen viz., the Kaikyas and Yajnasena of the Somaka race, these Kshatriyas endured with great might, all well-armed and wealthy, and many others also regarded as the foremost, all waited upon Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, in that Sava, desirous of ministering to his happiness. And those princes also, endued with great strength, who dressing themselves in deerskins learnt the science of weapons under Arjuna, waited upon Yudhishthira. And O king, the princes also of the Vrishni race, viz., Pradyumna, the son of Rukmini, and Samva, and Uyudhana, the son of Satyaki, and Sudharman, and Anirudh, and Saivya, that foremost of men who had learnt the science of arms under Arjuna, these and many other kings, O Lord of the earth, used to wait on Yudhishthira on that occasion. And that friend of the Nanjaya, Tumvaru, and the Gandharv Chittasena with his ministers, many other Gandharvs and Apsaras, well skilled in vocal and instrumental music and in cadence and kinaras, also well versed in musical measures and motions, singing celestial tunes in proper and charming voices, waited upon and gladdened the sons of Pandu and the rishis who sat in that Sava. And seated in that Sava, those bull among men, of rigid vows and devoted to truth, all waited upon Yudhishthira like the celestials in heaven waiting upon Brahma. Lokapala Sapakayana Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 5. Vaisampayana said, while the illustrious Pandavas were seated in that Sava along with the principal Gandharvs, there came, O Bharata, unto that assembly the celestial Rishi Narada, conversant with the Vedas and Upanishads, worshipped by the celestials, acquainted with histories and Puranas, well versed in all that occurred in ancient kalpas, cycles, conversant with Nyaya, logic, and the truth of moral science, possessing a complete knowledge of the 6 angas, viz., pronunciation, grammar, prosody, explanation of basic terms, description of religious rites, and astronomy. He was a perfect master in reconciling contradictory texts and differentiating and applying general principles to particular cases, as also in interpreting contraries by reference to differences in situation, eloquent, resolute, intelligent, possessed of powerful memory. He was acquainted with the science of morals and politics, learned, proficient in distinguishing inferior things from superior ones, skilled in drawing inference from evidence, competent to judge of the correctness or incorrectness of syllogistic statements consisting of 5 propositions. He was capable of answering successively Vrihaspati himself while arguing, with definite conclusions properly framed about religion, wealth, pleasure, and salvation, of great soul, and beholding this whole universe, above, below, and around, as if it were present before his eyes. He was master of both the Sankhya and Yoga systems of philosophy, ever desirous of humbling the celestials and asuras by fomenting quarrels among them, conversant with the sciences of war and treaty, proficient in drawing conclusions by judging of things not within direct ken, as also in the 6 sciences of treaty, war, military campaigns, maintenance of posts against the enemy, and stratagems by ambuscades and reserves. He was a thorough master of every branch of learning, fond of war and music, and capable of being repulsed by any science or any course of action, and possessed of these and numberless other accomplishments. The Rishi, having wandered over the different worlds, came into that Sava. And the celestial Rishi of immeasurable splendor, endued with great energy, was accompanied, O monarch, by Parihata and the intelligent Rivata and Samya and Sumukha. Possessing the speed of the mind, the Rishi came thither and was filled with gladness upon beholding the Pandavas. The Brahmana, on arriving there, paid homage unto Yudhishthira by uttering blessings on him and wishing him victory. Beholding the learned Rishi arrive, the eldest of the Pandavas, conversant with all rules of duty, quickly stood up with his younger brothers. Bending low with humility, the monarch cheerfully saluted the Rishi, and gave with due ceremonies a befitting seat unto him. The king also gave him kine and the usual offerings of the aragya, including honey and the other ingredients. Conversant with every duty, the monarch also worshipped the Rishi with gems and jewels with a whole heart. Receiving that worship from Yudhishthira in proper form, the Rishi became gratified. Thus worshipped by the Pandavas and the great Rishis, Narada, possessing a complete mastery over the Vedas, said unto Yudhishthira the following words bearing upon religion, wealth, pleasures, and salvation. Narada said, Is the wealth thou art earning being spent on proper objects? Doth thy mind take pleasure in virtue? Art thou enjoying the pleasures of life? Doth not thy mind sink under their weight? O chief of men, continuest thou in the noble conduct consistent with religion and wealth practiced by thy ancestors towards the three classes of subjects, viz., good, indifferent, and bad? Never injurest thou religion for the sake of wealth, or both religion and wealth for the sake of pleasure that easily seduces. O thou foremost of victorious men, ever devoted to the good of all, conversant as thou art with the timeliness of everything, followest thou religion, wealth, pleasure, and salvation, dividing thy time judiciously. O sinless one, with the 6 attributes of kings, viz., cleverness of speech, readiness in providing means, intelligence in dealing with the foe, memory, and acquaintance with morals and politics, dost thou attend to the 7 means, viz., sowing dissensions, chastisement, conciliation, gifts, incantations, medicine, and magic? Examinest thou also, after a survey of thy own strength and weakness, the 14 possessions of thy foes? These are the country, forts, cars, elephants, cavalry, foot soldiers, the principal officials of state, the zenana, food supply, computations of the army and income, the religious treatises in force, the accounts of state, the revenue, wine shops, and other secret enemies. Attendest thou to the 8 occupations, of agriculture, trade, and sea, having examined, O thou foremost of victorious monarchs, thy own and thy enemies' means, and having made peace with thy enemies? O bull of the Bharata race, thy 7 principal officers of state, viz., the governor of the citadel, the commander of forces, the chief judge, the general and interior command, the chief priest, the chief physician, and the chief astrologer, have not, I hope, succumbed to the influence of thy foes, nor have they, I hope, become idle in consequence of the wealth they have earned. They are, I hope, all obedient to thee. Thy counsels, I hope, are never divulged by thy trusted spies in disguise, by thyself or by thy ministers. Thou ascertainest, I hope, what thy friends, foes, and strangers are about. Makest thou peace and makest thou war at proper times? Observest thou neutrality towards strangers and persons that are neutral towards thee? And, O hero, hast thou made persons like thyself, persons that are old, continent in behavior, capable of understanding what should be done and what should not, pure as regards birth and blood, and devoted to thee, thy ministers? O Bharata, the victories of kings can be attributed to good counsels. O child, is thy kingdom protected by ministers learned in sastras, keeping their counsels close? Are thy foes unable to injure it? Thou hast not become the slave of sleep? Wakest thou at the proper time? Conversant with pursuits yielding profit, thinkest thou, during the small hours of night, as to what thou shouldst do and what thou shouldst not do the next day? Thou settlest nothing alone, nor takest counsels with many. The counsels thou hast resolved upon do not become known all over thy kingdom? Commencest thou soon to accomplish measures of great utility that are easy of accomplishment? Such measures are never obstructed. Keepest thou the agriculturists not out of thy sight? They do not fear to approach thee? Achievest thou thy measures through persons that are trusted incorruptible and possessed of practical experience? And, O brave king, I hope, people only know the measures already accomplished by thee and those that have been partially accomplished and are awaiting completion, but not those that are only in contemplation and uncommenced. Have experienced teachers capable of explaining the causes of things and learned in the science of morals and every branch of learning, been appointed to instruct the princes and the chiefs of the army? Buyest thou a single learned man by giving in exchange 1,000 ignorant individuals? The man that is learned conferreth the greatest benefit in seasons of distress. Are thy forts always filled with treasure, food, weapons, water, engines, and instruments, as also with engineers and bowmen? Even a single minister that is intelligent, brave, with his passions under complete control, and possessed of wisdom and judgment, is capable of conferring the highest prosperity on a king or a king's son. I ask thee, therefore, whether there is even one such minister with thee. Seekest thou to know everything about the 18 tirthas of the foe and 15 of thy own by means of 3 and 3 spies, all unacquainted with one another? O slayer of all foes, watchest thou all thy enemies with care and attention, and unknown to them? Is the priest thou honorest, possessed of humility and purity of blood and renown, and without jealousy and illiberality? Hath any well-behaved, intelligent, and guileless Brahmana, well up in the ordinance, been employed by thee in the performance of thy daily rites before the sacred fire, and doth he remind thee in proper time as to when thy homa should be performed? Is the astrologer thou hast employed skilled in reading physiognomy, capable of interpreting omens, and competent to neutralize the effect of the disturbances of nature? Have respectable servants been employed by thee in offices that are respectable, indifferent ones in indifferent offices, and low ones in offices that are low? Hast thou appointed to high offices ministers that are guileless and of well conduct for generations and above the common run? Oppressest thou not thy people with cruel and severe punishment? And, O bull of the Bharata race, do thy ministers rule thy kingdom under thy orders? Do thy ministers ever slight thee like sacrificial priests slighting men that are fallen and incapable of performing any more sacrifices, or like wives slighting husbands that are proud and incontinent in their behavior? Is the commander of thy forces possessed of sufficient confidence, brave, intelligent, patient, well-conducted, of good birth, devoted to thee, and competent? Treatest thou with consideration and regard the chief officers of thy army that are skilled in every kind of welfare, are forward, well-behaved, and endued with prowess? Givest thou to thy troops their sanctioned rations and pay in the appointed time? Thou dost not oppress them by withholding these? Knowest thou that the misery caused by arrears of pay and irregularity in the distribution of rations driveth the troops to mutiny, and that is called by the learned to be one of the greatest of mischiefs? Are all the principal highborn men devoted to thee, and ready with cheerfulness to lay down their lives in battle for thy sake? I hope no single individual of passions uncontrolled is ever permitted by thee to rule as he likes a number of concerns at the same time appertaining to the army? Is any servant of thine, who hath accomplished well a particular business by the employment of special ability, disappointed in obtaining from thee a little more regard, and an increase of food and pay? I hope thou rewardest persons of learning and humility, and skill in every kind of knowledge with gifts of wealth and honor proportionate to their qualifications. Dost thou support, O bull in the Bharata race, the wives and children of men that have given their lives for thee and have been distressed on thy account? Cherishest thou, O son of Pritha, with paternal affection the foe that hath been weakened, or him also that hath sought thy shelter, having been vanquished in battle? O Lord of earth, art thou equal unto all men, and can every one approach thee without fear, as if thou wert their mother and father? And O bull of the Bharata race, markest thou, without loss of time, and reflecting well upon three kinds of forces, against thy foe when thou hearest that he is in distress? O subjugator of all foes, beginnest thou thy march when the time cometh, having taken into consideration all the omens you might see, the resolutions thou hast made, and that the ultimate victory depends upon the 12 mandalas, such as reserves, ambuscades, and sea, and payment of pay to the troops in advance? And, O persecutor of all foes, givest thou gems and jewels unto the principal officers of enemy, as they deserve, without thy enemy's knowledge? O son of Pritha, seekest thou to conquer thy incensed foes that are slaves to their passions, having first conquered thy own soul and obtained the mastery over thy own senses? Before thou marchest out against thy foes, dost thou properly employ the 4 arts of reconciliation, gift, of wealth, producing disunion, and application of force? O monarch, goest thou out against thy enemies, having first strengthened thy own kingdom? And having gone out against them, exertest thou to the utmost to obtain victory over them? And having conquered them, seekest thou to protect them with care? Are thy army consisting of 4 kinds of forces, viz., the regular troops, the allies, the mercenaries, and the irregulars, each furnished with the 8 ingredients, viz., cars, elephants, horses, officers, infantry, camp followers, spies possessing a thorough knowledge of the country, and ensigns led out against thy enemies after having been well trained by superior officers? O oppressor of all foes, O great king, I hope thou slayest thy foes without regarding their seasons of reaping and of famine? O king, I hope thy servants and agents in thy own kingdom and in the kingdoms of thy foes continue to look after their respective duties and to protect one another. O monarch, I hope trusted servants have been employed by thee to look after thy food, the robes thou wearest, and the perfumes thou usest. I hope, O king, thy treasury, barns, stables, arsenals, and women's apartments are all protected by servants devoted to thee and ever seeking thy welfare. I hope, O monarch, thou protectest first thyself from thy domestic and public servants, then from those servants of thy relatives and from one another. Do thy servants, O king, ever speak to thee in the forenoon regarding thy extravagant expenditure in respect of thy drinks, sports, and women? Is thy expenditure always covered by a fourth, a third, or a half of thy income? Cherishest thou always, with food and wealth, relatives, superiors, merchants, the aged, and other protégés, and the distressed? Do the accountants and clerks employed by thee in looking after thy income and expenditure always appraise thee every day in the forenoon of thy income and expenditure? Dismissest thou without fault servants accomplished in business and popular and devoted to thy welfare? O Bharata, dost thou employ superior, indifferent, and low men, after examining them well in offices they deserve? O monarch, employest thou in thy business persons that are thievish or open to temptation, or hostile, or minors? Persecutest thou thy kingdom by the help of thievish or covetous men, or minors, or women? Are the agriculturists in thy kingdom contented? Are large tanks and lakes constructed all over thy kingdom at proper distances, without agriculture being in thy realm entirely dependent on the showers of heaven? Are the agriculturists in thy kingdom wanting in either seed or food? Grantest thou with kindness loans, of seed grains, unto the tillers, taking only a fourth in excess of every measure by the hundred? O child, are the four professions of agriculture, trade, cattle rearing, and lending at interest, carried on by honest men? Upon these, O monarch, depends the happiness of thy people. O king, do the 5 brave and wise men, employed in the 5 offices of protecting the city, the citadel, the merchants, and the agriculturists, and punishing the criminals, always benefit thy kingdom by working in union with one another? For the protection of thy city, have the villages been made like towns, and the hamlets and outskirts of villages like villages? Are all these entirely under thy supervision and sway? Are thieves and robbers that sack thy town pursued by thy police over the even and uneven parts of thy kingdom? Consolest thou women, and are they protected in thy realm? I hope thou placest not any confidence in them, nor divulgest any secret before any of them. O monarch, having heard of any danger and having reflected on it also, least thou in the inner apartments enjoying every agreeable object? Having slept during the 2nd and the 3rd divisions of the night, thinkest thou of religion and profit in the 4th division wakefully? O son of Pandu, rising from bed at the proper time and dressing thyself well, showest thou thyself to thy people, accompanied by ministers conversant with the auspiciousness or otherwise of moments? O represser of all foes, do men dressed in red and armed with swords and adorned with ornaments stand by thy side to protect thy person? O monarch, behavest thou like the God of justice himself unto those that deserve punishment and those that deserve worship, unto those that are dear to thee and those that thou likest not? O son of Pritha, seekest thou to cure bodily diseases by medicines and fasts, and mental illness with the advice of the aged? I hope that the physicians engaged in looking after thy health are well conversant with the 8 kinds of treatment and are all attached and devoted to thee. Happeneth it ever, O monarch, that from covetousness or folly or pride thou failest to decide between the plaintiff and the defended who have come to thee? Deprivest thou, through covetousness or folly, of their pensions the protégés who have sought thy shelter from trustfulness or love? Do the people that inhabit thy realm, bought by thy foes, ever seek to raise disputes with thee, uniting themselves with one another? Are those amongst thy foes that are feeble always repressed by the help of troops that are strong, by the help of both councils and troops? Are all the principal chieftains of thy empire all devoted to thee? Are they ready to lay down their lives for thy sake, commanded by thee? Dost thou worship Brahmanas and wise men according to their merits in respect of various branches of learning? I tell thee, such worship is without doubt highly beneficial to thee. Hast thou faith in the religion based on the 3 Vedas and practiced by men who have gone before thee? Dost thou carefully follow the practices that were followed by them? Are accomplished Brahmanas entertained in thy house and in thy presence with nutritive and excellent food, and do they also obtain pecuniary gifts at the conclusion of those feasts? Dost thou, with passions under complete control and with singleness of mind, strive to perform the sacrifices called Vajapaya and Pundarika with their full complement of rites? Bowest thou unto thy relatives and superiors, the aged, the gods, the ascetics, the brahmanas, and the tall trees, banyan, and villages, that are of so much benefit to people? O sinless one, causest thou ever grief or anger in any one? Do priests capable of granting the auspicious fruits ever stand by thy side? O sinless one, are thy inclinations and practices such as I have described them, and as always enhance the duration of life and spread one's renown, and as always help the cause of religion, pleasure, and profit? He who conducteth himself according to this way, never findeth his kingdom distressed or afflicted, and that monarch, subjugating the whole earth, enjoyeth a high degree of felicity. O monarch, I hope, no well-behaved, pure-souled, and respected person is ever ruined and his life taken, on a false charge or theft, by thy ministers ignorant of sastras and acting from greed. And, O bull among men, I hope thy ministers never from covetousness set free a real thief, knowing him to be such and having apprehended him with the booty about him. O Bharata, I hope, thy ministers are never won over by bribes, nor do they wrongly decide the disputes that arise between the rich and the poor. Dost thou keep thyself free from the 14 vices of kings, viz., atheism, untruthfulness, anger, incautiousness, procrastination, non-visit to the wise, idleness, restlessness of mind, taking counsels with only one man, consultation with persons unacquainted with the science of profit, abandonment of a settled plan, divulgence of counsels, non-accomplishment of beneficial projects, and undertaking everything without reflection? By these, O king, even monarchs firmly seated on their thrones are ruined. Hath thy study of the Vedas, thy wealth and knowledge of the sastras and marriage been fruitful? Vaisampayana continued. After the Rishi had finished, Yudhishthira asked, How, O Rishi, do the Vedas, wealth, wife, and knowledge of the sastras bear fruit? The Rishi answered, The Vedas are said to bear fruit when he that hath studied them performeth the Agnihotra and other sacrifices. Wealth is said to bear fruit when he that hath it enjoyeth it himself and giveth it away in charity. A wife is said to bear fruit when she is useful and when she beareth children. Knowledge of the sastras is said to bear fruit when it resulteth in humility and good behavior. Vaisampayana continued. The great ascetic Narada, having answered Yudhishthira thus, again asked that just ruler, do the officers of thy government, O king, that are paid from the taxes levied on the community, take only their just dues from the merchants that come to thy territories from distant lands impelled by the desire of gain? Are the merchants, O king, treated with consideration in thy capital and kingdom, capable of bringing their goods thither without being deceived by the false pretexts of both the buyers and the officers of government? Listenest thou always, O monarch, to the words, fraught with instructions in religion and wealth, of old men acquainted with economic doctrines? Are gifts of honey and clarified butter made to the brahmanas intended for the increase of agricultural produce, of kine, of fruits and flowers, and for the sake of virtue? Givest thou always, O king, regularly unto all the artisans and artists employed by thee the materials of their works and their wages for periods not more than 4 months? Examinest thou the works executed by those that are employed by thee, and applaudest thou them before good men, and rewardest thou them, having shown them proper respect? O bull of the Bharata race, followest thou the aphorisms of the sage, in respect of every concern, particularly those relating to elephants, horses, and cars? O bull of the Bharata race, are the aphorisms relating to the science of arms, as also those that relate to the practice of engines in warfare so useful to towns and fortified places, studied in thy court? O sinless one, art thou acquainted with all mysterious incantations, and with the secrets of poisons destructive of all foes? Protectest thou thy kingdom from the fear of fire, of snakes and other animals destructive of life, of disease, and rakshasas? As acquainted thou art with every duty, cherishest thou like a father the blind, the dumb, the lame, the deformed, the friendless, and ascetics that have no homes. Hast thou banished these 6 evils, O monarch, viz., sleep, idleness, fear, anger, weakness of mind, and procrastination? Vaisampayana continued. The illustrious bull among the Kurus, having heard these words of that best of Brahmanas, bowed down unto him and worshipped his feet. And gratified with everything he heard, the monarch said unto Narada of celestial form, I shall do all that thou hast directed, for my knowledge hath expanded under thy advice. Having said this, the king acted conformably to that advice, and gained in time the whole earth bounded by her belt of seas. Narada again spoke, saying, That king who is thus employed in the protection of 4 orders, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, passeth his days here happily and attaineth hereafter to the region of Sakra, heaven. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 6. Vyasa said, at the conclusion of Narada's words, King Yudhishthira the just worshipped him duly, and commanded by him the monarch began to reply succinctly to the questions the rishi had asked. Yudhishthira said, O Holy One, the truths of religion and morality thou hast indicated one after another are just and proper. As regards myself, I duly observe those ordinances to the best of my power. Indeed, the acts that were properly performed by monarchs of yore are, without doubt, to be regarded as bearing proper fruit, and undertaken from solid reasons for the attainment of proper objects. O Master, we desire to walk in the virtuous path of those rulers that had, besides, their souls under complete control. Vyasa continued, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, possessed of great glory, having received with reverence the words of Narada, and having also answered the rishi thus, reflected for a moment. And perceiving a proper opportunity, the monarch, seated beside the rishi, asked Narada, sitting at his ease and capable of going into every world at will, in the presence of that assembly of kings, saying, Possessed of the speed of mind, thou wanderest over various and many worlds created in days of yore by Brahma, beholding everything. Tell me, I ask thee, if thou hast, O Brahmana, ever beheld before anywhere an assembly room like this of mine or superior to it? Hearing these words of Yudhishthira the just, Narada smilingly answered the son of Pandu in these sweet accents. Narada said, O child, O king, I did neither see nor hear of ever before amongst men any assembly room built of gems and precious stones like this of thine, O Bharata. I shall, however, describe unto thee the rooms of the king of the departed, Yama, of Varana, Neptune, of great intelligence, of Indra, the king of gods, and also of him who hath his home in Kailasha, Kuvara. I shall also describe unto thee the celestial Sava of Brahma that dispelleth every kind of uneasiness. All these assembly rooms exhibit in their structure both celestial and human designs and present every kind of form that exists in the universe. And they are ever worshipped by the gods and the Pitris, the Sathyas, under deities called Gana, by ascetics offering sacrifices, with souls under complete command, by peaceful munis engaged without intermission in Vedic sacrifices with presents to Brahmanas. I shall describe all these to you if, O bull of the Bharata race, thou hast any inclinations to listen to me. Vyasa continued, thus addressed by Narada, the high-souled king Yudhishthira the just, with his brothers and all those foremost of Brahmanas seated around him, joined his hands in entreaty. And the monarch then asked Narada, saying, Describe unto us all those assembly rooms. We desire to listen to thee. O Brahmana, what are the articles with which each of the savas are made of? What is the area of each, and what is the length and breadth of each? Who wait upon the grandsire in that assembly room? And who also upon Vasva, the lord of the celestials, and upon Yama, the son of Vivaswana? Who wait upon Varana and upon Kuvara in their respective assembly rooms? O Brahmana Rishi, tell us all about these. We altogether desire to hear thee describe them. Indeed, our curiosity is great. Thus addressed by the son of Pandu, Narada replied, saying, O monarch, hear ye all about those celestial assembly rooms one after another. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 7. Narada said, The celestial assembly room of Sakra is full of luster. He hath obtained it as the fruit of his own acts. Possessed of the splendor of the sun, it was built, O scion of the Kuru race, by Sakra himself. Capable of going everywhere at will, this celestial assembly house is full 150 yojanas in length, and 100 yojanas in breadth, and 5 yojanas in height. Dispelling weakness of age, grief, fatigue, and fear, auspicious in bestowing good fortune, furnished with rooms and seats and adorned with celestial trees, it is delightful in the extreme. There sitteth in that assembly room, O son of Pritha, on an excellent seat, the Lord of Celestials, with his wife Sachi endowed with beauty and affluence. Assuming a form incapable of description for its vagueness, with a crown on his head and bright bracelets on the upper arms, attired in robes of pure white and decked with floral wreaths of many hues, there he sitteth with beauty, fame, and glory by his side. And the illustrious deity of 100 sacrifices is daily waited upon. O monarch, in that assembly by the Marutas in a body, each leading the life of a householder in the bosom of his family. And the Siddhas, celestial rishis, the Sathyas and all, the gods, and Marutas of brilliant complexion and adorned with golden garlands, all of them in celestial form and decked in ornaments, always wait upon and worship the illustrious chief of the immortals, that mighty represser of all foes. And O son of Pritha, the celestial rishis also, all of pure souls, with sins completely washed off and resplendent as the fire, and possessed of energy, and without sorrow of any kind, and freed from the fever of anxiety, and all performers of the Soma sacrifice, also wait upon and worship Indra. And Parasara and Parvata and Savarni and Galava and Sumka and the Muni, Gorsiras, and Durvasa, and Krodana and Swina and the Muni Durgatamas, and Pavitrapani, Savarni, Yajnavalkya and Baluki, and Udialaka, Swetakitu, and Tandya, and also Bandayani, and Havishmat, and Garishta, and King Harishchandra, and Hridai, Udarshandilya, Parasaria, Krishivala, Vadaskanda, Visakha, Vidhatas, and Kala. Keraladanta, Tastri, and Vishwakarman, and Tumaru, and other rishis, some born of women and others living upon air, and others again living upon fire, these all worship Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, the lord of all the worlds. And Sadeva, and Sunitha, and Valmiki of great ascetic merit, and Samika of truthful speech, and Prachetas ever fulfilling their promises, and Medhatithi, and Vamadeva, and Pulasatya, Pulaha and Kratu, and Maryuta and Marichi, and Stanu of great ascetic merit, and Kakshavat, and Gautama, and Tarkya, and also the Muni Vaishwanara, and the Muni Kalakavrikya and Asravya, and also Hiramwai, and Samvarta, and Dehavya, and Viswaksena of great energy, and Kanwa, and Katyayana, O king, and Gargya, and Kaushika, all are present there along with the celestial waters and plants, and faith, and intelligence, and the goddess of learning, and wealth, religion, and pleasure, and lightning. O son of Pandu, and the rain-charged clouds, and the winds, and all the loud-sounding forces of heaven, the eastern point, the 27 fires conveying the sacrificial butter, Agni and Soma, and the fire of Indra, and Mitra, and Savitri, and Aryaman, Bhaga, Visva the Sathyas, the preceptor, Vrihaspati, and also Sukra, and Vishwavasu and Chitrasena, and Sumanas, and also Tharuna, the sacrifices, the gifts to Brahmanas, the planets, and the stars, O Bharata, and the mantras that are uttered. And sacrifices all these are present there. And, O king, many Apsaras and Ganders, by various kinds of dances and music both instrumental and vocal, and by the practice of auspicious rites, and by the exhibition of many feats of skill, gratify the lord of the celestial Sadakrata, the illustrious slayer of Vala and Vritra. Besides these, many other Brahmanas and royal and celestial rishis, all resplendent as the fire, decked in floral wreaths and ornaments, frequently come to and leave that assembly, riding on celestial cars of various kinds. And Vrihaspati and Sukra are present there on all occasions. These and many other illustrious ascetics of rigid vows, and Bhrigu and the 7 rishis who are equal, O king, unto Brahma himself, come to and leave that assembly house, riding on cars beautiful as the car of Soma, and themselves looking as bright therein as Soma himself. This, O mighty armed monarch, is the assembly house, called Pushkaramalini, of Indra of 100 sacrifices that I have seen. Listen now to the account of Yama's assembly house. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 8. Narada said, O Yudhishthir, I shall now describe the assembly house of Yama, the son of Vivasvat, which, O son of Pritha, was built by Viswakarma. Listen now to me. Bright as burnished gold, that assembly house, O monarch, covers an area of much more than 100 yojanas. Possessed of the splendor of the sun, it yieldeth everything that one may desire. Neither very cool nor very hot, it delighteth the heart. In that assembly house there is neither grief nor weakness of age, neither hunger nor thirst. Nothing disagreeable findeth a place there, nor any kind of evil feelings there. Every object of desire, celestial or human, is to be found in that mansion. And all kinds of enjoyable articles, as also of sweet, juicy, agreeable, and delicious edibles in profusion that are licked, sucked, and drunk, are there, O chastiser of all enemies. The floral wreaths in that mansion are of the most delicious fragrance, and the trees that stand around it yield fruits that are desired of them. There are both cold and hot waters, and these are sweet and agreeable. In that mansion many royal sages of great sanctity and Brahmana sages also of great purity cheerfully wait upon, O child, and worship Yama, the son of Vivasvat. And Yayati, Nahusha, Puru, Mendathari, Somaka, Nraga, the royal sage Trasidasiu, Kritavirya, Sadasravas, Aristanami, Siddha, Kritavega, Kriti, Nimi, Pratardana, Sivi, Matsya, Prithalaksha, Vrahadratha, Varta, Maruta, Kusika, Sankasya, Sankriti, Dhruva, Chacharaswa, Sataswarmi, and King Kartavirya, Bharata and Saratha, Sunitha, Nisatha, Nala, Divodesa, and Sumanas, Amvarasha, Bhajaratha, Vyaswa, Vadraswa, Prithavega, Prithasravas, Prishadaswa, Vasumanas, Kshupa, and Sumahavala, Vrishaju, and Vrishasena, Purakutsa, Dwajan and Ruthin, Arshtasena, Dwilapa, and the high-souled Ashanara, Azanari, Pundarika, Saryati, Sarava, and Suchi, Anga, Rishta, Vina, Dashmanta, Srinjaya and Jaya, Bangasuri, Sunitha, and Nishada, and Bahanara, Karandama, Valhika, Sudimna, and the mighty Madhu, Ela and the mighty king of earth Maryuta, Kapota, Trinaka, and Shadiva, and Arjuna also. Vaisawa, Saswa and Krishaswa, and King Sasavindu, Rama the son of Dasaratha, and Lakshmana, and Pratardana, Alarka, and Kakshasena, Gaya, and Garaswa, Rama the son of Jamadagnya, Nabhaga, and Sagara, Buridyumna and Mahaswa, Prathaswa, and also Janaka, King Vainya, Varasena, Purujit, and Janamajaya, Brahmadatta, and Trigarta, and King Uparikara also, Indradyumna, Bhimajanu, Goraprishta, Nala, Gaya, Padma and Machakunda, Buridyumna, Prasenajit, Aristanemi, Sudimna, Prithalaswa, and Ashtaka. Also, 100 kings of the Matsya race and 100 of the Vipa and 100 of the Haya races, 100 kings of the name of Dhritarashtra, 80 kings of the name of Janamajaya, 100 monarchs called Brahmadatta, and 100 kings of the name of Iri, more than 200 Bhishmas, and also 100 Bhimas, 100 Pratavindiyas, 100 Nagas, and 100 Palasas, and 100 called Kasa and Kusa, that king of King Santanu, and thy father Pandu, Usangava, Sataratha. Devaraja, Jayadratha, the intelligent royal sage Vrishadarva with his ministers, and 1,000 other kings known by the name of Sasavindu, and who have died, having performed many grand horse sacrifices with large presents to the Brahmanas. These holy royal sages of grand achievements and great knowledge of the Sastras, wait upon, O king, and worship the son of Vivasvat in that assembly house. And Agastya and Mathanga, and Kala, and Mrityu, death, performers of sacrifices, the Siddhas, and many yogins, the Pratris, belonging to the classes called Agniswatas, Phanapa, Ashampa, Swadhavat, and Varashata, as also those others that have forms, the wheel of time, and the illustrious conveyor himself of the sacrificial butter, all sinners among human beings, as also those that have died during the winter solstice, these officers of Yama who have been appointed to count the allotted days. Of everybody and everything, the Singsapa, Palesa, Kasa, and Kusa trees and plants, and their embodied forms, these all, O king, wait upon and worship the God of justice in that assembly house of his. These and many others are present at the Sava of the king of the Pitris, Manes. So numerous are they that I am incapable of describing them either by mentioning their names or deeds. O son of Pritha, the delightful assembly house, moving everywhere at the will of its owner, is of wide extent. It was built by Viswakarma after a long course of ascetic penances. And, O Bharata, resplendent with his own effulgence, it stands glorified in all its beauty. Sannyasis of severe ascetic penance, of excellent vows, and of truthful speech, peaceful and pure and sanctified by holy deeds, of shining bodies and attired in spotless robes, decked with bracelets and floral garlands, with earrings of burnished gold, and adorned with their own holy acts as with the marks of their order, painted over their bodies, constantly visit that Sava assembly. Many illustrious Ganders and many Apsaras fill every part of that mansion with music, both instrumental and vocal, and with sounds of laughter and dance. And, O son of Pritha, excellent perfumes, and sweet sounds and garlands of celestial flowers always contribute towards making that mansion supremely blessed. And hundreds of thousands of virtuous persons, of celestial beauty and great wisdom, always wait upon and worship the illustrious Yama, the Lord of created beings, in that assembly house. Such, O monarch, is the Sava of the illustrious king of the Pitris. I shall now describe unto the assembly house of Varana, also called Pushkaramalini. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 9. Narada said, O Yudhishthira, the celestial Sava of Varana is unparalleled in splendor. In dimensions it is similar to that of Yama. Its walls and arches are all of pure white. It hath been built by Viswakarma, the celestial architect, within the waters. It is surrounded on all sides by many celestial trees made of gems and jewels and yielding excellent fruits and flowers. And many plants with their weight of blossoms, blue and yellow, and black and darkish, and white and red, that stand there, or excellent bowers around. Within those bowers hundreds and thousands of birds of diverse species, beautiful and variegated, always pour forth their melodies. The atmosphere of that mansion is extremely delightful, neither cold nor hot. Owned by Varana, that delightful assembly house of pure white consists of many rooms and is furnished with many seats. There sitteth Varana attired in celestial robe, decked in celestial ornaments and jewels, with his queen, adorned with celestial scents and besmeared with paste of celestial fragrance. The Adityas wait upon and worship the illustrious Varana, the Lord of the waters. And Vasuki and Takshaka, and the Naga called Aravana, Krishna and Lohita, Padma and Chitra endued with great energy, the Nagas called Kamvala and Aswatara, and Dhritarashtra and Valahaka, Madamat and Kundadhara and Karkataka and Dhananjaya, Panamat and the mighty Kundaka, O Lord of the earth, and Prahlada and Mushikata, and Janamajaya, all having auspicious marks and mandalas and extended hoods, these and many other snakes. O Yudhishthira, without anxiety of any kind, wait upon and worship the illustrious Varana. And, O king, Vali the son of Varakana, and Naraka the subjugator of the whole earth, Sangraha and Viprachiti, and those Danavas called Kalakanja, and Suhanu and Dharmaka and Sankha and Sumanas and also Sumti, and Gadadara, and Mahaparswa, and Karthana and also Pithara and Visvarupa, Svarupa and Virupa, Mahasiras, and Dasagriva, Vali, and Megavasas and Dasavara, Tativa, and Vidabuddha, and Sangrata, and Indradapanathes Daityas and Danavas, all bedecked with earrings and floral wreaths and crowns, and attired in the celestial robes, all blessed with boons and possessed of great bravery, and enjoying immortality, and all well of conduct and of excellent vows, wait upon and worship in that mansion the illustrious Varana, the deity bearing the noose as his weapon. And, O king, there are also the four oceans, the river Bhagirathi, the Kalandi, the Vidisa, the Vinwa, the Narmada of rapid current, the Vipasa, the Sadadu, the Chandrabhaga, the Sarasvati, the Iravathi, the Vitasta, the Sindhu, the Devanati, the Godavari, the Krishnavinwa, and that queen of rivers the Kaveri, the Kampuna, the Vasilya, and the river Vedarani also, the Tritiya, the Jestila, and the great Son, the Charmanwadi, and the great river Parnasa, the Sarayu, the Varavesha, and that queen of rivers the Langali, the Karatoya, the Atri, the Red Mahaneta, the Laganti, the Gomathi, the Sandhya, and also the Trisrodasai, these and other rivers which are all sacred and are world-renowned places of pilgrimage, as also other rivers and sacred waters and lakes and wells and springs, and tanks, large or small, in their personified form, O Bharata, wait upon and worship the Lord Varana. The points of the heavens, the earth, and all the mountains, as also every species of aquatic animals, all worship Varana there. And various tribes of Gandharvas and Apsaras, devoted to music, both vocal and instrumental, wait upon Varana, singing eulogistic hymns unto him. And all those mountains that are noted for being both delightful and rich in jewels, wait, in their personified forms, in that Sava, enjoying sweet converse with one another. And the chief minister of Varana, Sunaba by name, surrounded by his sons and grandsons, also attend upon his master, along with the personified form of a sacred water called Go. These all, in their personified forms, worship the deity. O bull of the Bharata race, such is the assembly room of Varana seen by me before in the course of my wanderings. Listen now to the account I give of the assembly room of Kuvara. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 10. Narada said, possessed of great splendor, the assembly house of Vaisravana, O king, is 100 yojanas in length and 70 yojanas in breadth. It was built, O king, by Vaisravana himself using his ascetic power. Possessing the splendor of the peaks of Kailasa, that mansion eclipses by its own the brilliance of the moon himself. Supported by Guhyakas, that mansion seems to be attached to the firmament. Of celestial make, it is rendered extremely handsome with high chambers of gold. Extremely delightful and rendered fragrant with celestial perfumes, it is variegated with numberless costly jewels. Resembling the peaks of a mass of white clouds, it seems to be floating in the air. Painted with colors of celestial gold, it seems to be decked with streaks of lightning. Within that mansion sitteth on an excellent seat bright as the sun and covered with celestial carpets and furnished with a handsome footstool, King Vaisravana of agreeable person, attired in excellent robes and adorned with costly ornaments and earrings of great brilliance, surrounded by his 1,000 wives. Delicious and cooling breezes murmuring through forests of tall mandaras, and bearing fragrance of extensive plantations of jasmine, as also of the lotuses on the bosom of the river Alaka and of the Nandana gardens, always minister to the pleasure of the king of the Ikshas. There the deities with the Ganders, surrounded by various tribes of Apsaras, sing in chorus, O king, notes of celestial sweetness. Misrakizi and Rumba, and Chitrasena, and Suchismada, and Karunatra, and Gritachi and Menaka, and Punjakastala, and Viswachi Sahajanya, and Premlocha, and Urvasi and Ira, and Varga and Soravei, and Samichi, and Vuduta, and lot of these and 1,000 other Apsaras and Gandharvas, all well skilled in music and dance, attend upon Kuvara, the Lord of Treasures. And that mansion, always filled with the notes of instrumental and vocal music, as also with the sounds of dance of various tribes of Gandharvas, and Apsaras hath become extremely charming and delicious. The Gandharvas called Kinaras, and others called Naras, and Manabhadra, and Dinata, and Swetabhadra and Guhyaka, Kasaraka, Gandakandu, and the mighty Pradyota, Kastumvaru, Pisacha, Gajakana, and Visalaka, Varhakarna, Tamrashtika, Fakaksha, and Faladaka, Hansakuta, Sikavarta, Vibhishana, Pushpanana, Pingalaka, Sanatota, and Pravalaka, Vrikshavaspanakhita, and Kiravasas these, O Bharata, and many other Yakshas by hundreds and thousands always wait upon Kuvara. The goddess Lakshmi always stayeth there, also Kuvara's son Nalakuvara. Myself and many others like myself often repair thither. Many Brahmana rishis and celestial rishis also repair there often. Many Rakshasas and many Gandharvas, besides those that have been named, wait upon the worship, and that mansion, the illustrious lord of all treasures. And, O tiger among kings, the illustrious husband of Uma and lord of created things, the three-eyed Mahadeva, the wielder of the trident and the slayer of the Asura called Bhaganetra, the mighty god of the fierce bow, surrounded by multitudes of spirits in their hundreds and thousands, some of dwarfish stature, some of fierce visage, some hunchbacked, some of blood-red eyes, some of frightful yells, some feeding upon fat and flesh, and some terrible to behold, but all armed with various weapons and endued with the speed of wind, with the goddess, Parvati, ever cheerful and knowing no fatigue, always waiteth here upon their friend Kuvara, the Lord of Treasures. And hundreds of Gandharv chiefs, with cheerful hearts and attired in their respective robes, and Viswavesu, and Haha and Huhu, and Tumvaru and Parvata, and Sailusha, and Chitrasena skilled in music, and also Katrartha, these and innumerable Gandharvas worship the Lord of Treasures. And Chakradharman, the chief of the Vidyadharas, with his followers, waiteth in that mansion upon the Lord of Treasures. and Kinnaras by hundreds and innumerable kings with Bhagadatta as their chief, and Druma, the chief of the Kimpurushas, and Mahendra, the chief of the Rakshasas, and Gandhamadana accompanied by many Yakshas and Gandharvas, and many Rakshasas wait upon the Lord of Treasures. The virtuous Vibhishana also worshipped there his elder brother the Lord Kuvara, Croesus. The mountains of Himavat, Parapatra, Vindhya, Kailasa, Mandara, Malaya, Didura, Mahendra, Gandhamadana, and Dracula, Sunava, and eastern and the western hills, these and many other mountains, and their personified forms, with Meru standing before all, wait upon and worship the illustrious Lord of Treasures. The illustrious Nandiswaras, and Mahakala, and many spirits with arrowy ears and sharp-pointed mouths, Kuksha, Kuthamukha, Danti, and Vijaya of great ascetic merit, and the mighty white bull of Shiva roaring deep, all wait in that mansion. Besides these, many other Rakshasas and Pisachas, devils, worship Kuvara in that assembly house. The son of Pulasetya, Kuvara, formerly used always to worship in all the modes and sit, with permission obtained, beside the god of gods, Shiva, the creator of the three worlds, that supreme deity surrounded by his attendants. One day the exalted Bhava, Shiva, made friendship with Kuvara. From that time, O king, Mahadeva always sitteth on the mansion of his friend, the Lord of Treasures. Those best of all jewels, those princes of all gems in the three worlds, viz., Sankha and Padma, in their personified forms, accompanied by all the jewels of the earth, also in their personified forms, worship Kuvara. This delightful assembly house of Kuvara that I have seen, attached to the firmament and capable of moving along it, is such, O king. Listen now to the Sava I describe unto thee, belonging to Brahma the grandsire. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 11. Narada said, Listen to me, O child, as I tell thee of the assembly house of the grandsire, that house which none can describe, saying it is such. In the Krita, golden, age of old, O king, the exalted deity Aditya, once, came down from heaven into the world of men. Having seen before the assembly house of Brahma the self-created, Aditya was cheerfully wandering over the earth in human form, desirous of beholding what could be seen here. It was on that occasion, O son of Pandu, that the god of day spoke unto me, O bull of the Bharata race, of that celestial Sava, assembly, of the grandsire, immeasurable and immaterial and indescribable, as regards form and shape, and capable of delighting the heart of every creature by its splendor. Hearing, O bull of the Bharata race, of the merits of that Sava, I became, O king, desirous of beholding it. I then asked Aditya, saying, O exalted one, I desire to behold the sacred Sava of the grandsire. O Lord of light, tell me, O exalted one, by what ascetic penances, or by what acts, or by what charms, or by what rites, I may be enabled to behold that excellent sin-cleaning Sava. Hearing these words of mine, Aditya the god of day, the deity of 1,000 rays, answered me, O chief of the Bharata race, thus, observe thou, with mind wrapped in meditation, the Brahma vow extending for 1,000 years. Repairing then to the breast of the Himavat, I commenced that great vow, and after I had completed it, the exalted and sinless deity Surya, endued with great energy, and knowing no fatigue, took me with him to the Sava of the grandsire. O king, it is impossible to describe that Sava, saying it is such, for within a moment it assumes a different form that language fails to paint. O Bharata, it is impossible to indicate its dimensions or shape. I never saw anything like it before. Ever contributing to the happiness of those within it, its atmosphere is neither cold nor warm. Hunger and thirst or any kind of uneasiness disappear as soon as one goeth thither. It seems to be made up of brilliant gems of many kinds. It doth not seem to be supported on columns, it knoweth no deterioration, being eternal. That self-effulgent mansion, by its numerous blazing, celestial indications of unrivaled splendor, seems to surpass the moon, the sun, and the fire in splendor. Stationed in heaven, it blazes forth, censuring as it were the maker of the day. In that mansion, O king, the supreme deity, the grandsire of all created things, having himself created everything by virtue of his creative illusion, stayeth ever. And Deksha, Prachetas, Pulaha, Marichi, the master Kasyapa, Brigu, Atri, and Vasista and Gautama, and also Angiras, and Pulasatya, Kraut, Prahlada, and Kardama, these Prajapatis, and Anjurasa of the Atharvaveda, the Valakilyas, the Marichipas, intelligence, space, knowledge, air, heat, water, earth, sound, touch, form, taste, scent, nature, and the modes of nature, and the elemental and prime causes of the world all stay in that mansion beside the Lord Brahma. And Agastya of great energy, and Markandeya of great ascetic power, and Jamadagni and Bharadvaja, and Samvarta, and Chayavana, and exalted Durvasa, and the virtuous Rishyasringa, the illustrious Sanat Kumara of great ascetic merit and the preceptor in all matters affecting yoga, Asita and Devala, and Jajashavya acquainted with truth, Rishava, Ajatasatru, and Mani of great energy, and the science of healing with its 8 branches all in their personified forms, O Bharata, the moon with all the stars and the stellar conjunctions, Aditya with all his rays, the winds, the sacrifices, the declarations of purpose and sacrifices, the vital principles, these illustrious and vow-observing beings in their personified forms, and many others too numerous to mention, attend all upon Brahma in that mansion. Wealth and religion and desire and joy and aversion and asceticism and tranquility all wait together upon the supreme deity in that palace. The 20 tribes of the Ganders and Apsaras, as also their 7 other tribes, and all the Lokapalas, chief protectors of several regions, and Sukra, and Vrahaspati, and Vuda, and Angaraka, Mangala, Sani, Rahu, and the other planets, the mantras of the Samaveda, the special mantras of the same Veda, the rites of Harimat and Vasumat, the Adityas with Indra, the 2 Agnis mentioned by name, viz. Agnisoma and Indragni, the Marutas, the Swakarman, and the Vasus, O Bharata, the Pitris, and all kinds of sacrificial libations, the 4 Vedas, viz. Rig, Sama, Yaju, and Atharva, all sciences and branches of learning, histories and all minor branches of learning, the several branches of the Vedas, the planets, the sacrifices, the Soma, all the deities, Savitri, Gayatri, the 7 kinds of rhyme, understanding, patience, memory, wisdom, intelligence, fame, forgiveness, the hymns of the Samaveda, the science of hymns in general, and various kinds of verses and songs, various commentaries with arguments, all in their personified forms, O king, and various dramas and poems and stories and abridged glosses, these also, and many others wait upon the supreme deity in that Sava, Kshanas, Lavas, Muhurtas, day, night, fortnights, months, the 6 seasons, O Bharata, years, yugas, the 4 kinds of days and nights, viz., appearing to man, to the Pitris, to the gods, and to Brahma, and that eternal, indestructible, undeteriorating, excellent wheel of time, and also the wheel of virtue, these always wait there. O Yudhishthira, and Aditi, Dithi, Danu, Suresa, Vinata, Ira, Kalika, Suravi, Devi, Sarama, Gopmi, and the goddesses Prada, and Kadru, these mothers of the celestials, and Rudrani, Shri, Lakshmi, Bhadra, Shashti, the earth, Ganga, Hri, Svaha, Kriti, the goddess Sura, Sachipushti, Arundhati, Samvriti, Asa, Niyati, Shrishti, Rithi, these and many other goddesses wait upon the creator of all. The Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Marutas, Aswinas, the Viswadevas Sathyas, and the Pitris gifted with the speed of the mind, these all wait there upon the grandsire. And, O bull amongst men, know thou that there are 7 classes of Pitris, of which 4 classes have embodied forms and the remaining 3 without embodied forms. It is well known that the illustrious Vairajas and Agniswatas and Garapadiyas, 3 classes of Pitris, range in heaven. And those amongst the Pitris that are called the Samapas, the Ekasringars, the Shatarvedas, and the Kulas, are ever worshipped amongst the 4 orders of men. Gratified with the Soma, juice, first, these gratify Soma afterwards. All these tribes of Pitris wait upon the Lord of the creation and cheerfully worship the supreme deity of immeasurable energy. And Rakshasas, Pisachas, the Danavas and Guhyakas, Nagas, birds, and various animals, and all mobile and immobile great beings, all worship the grandsire. And Purandara, the chief of the celestials, and Varana and Kuvara and Yama, and Mahadeva accompanied by Uma, always repair thither. And, O King of Kings, Mahasena, Kartikeya, also adoreth the grandsire. Narayana himself, and the celestial rishis, and those rishis called Valakilyas, and all beings born of females, and all those not born of females, and whatever else is seen in the three worlds both mobile and immobile, were all seen by me there, know, O king. And 80,000 rishis with vital seed drawn up, and O Pandu, 50,000 rishis having sons, were all seen by me there. And all the dwellers in heaven repairing thither behold the supreme deity when they please, and worshipping him with a bow of their head return whence they came. And, O King of men, the grandsire of all created beings, the soul of the universe, the self-create Brahma of immeasurable intelligence and glory, equally kind unto all creatures, honoreth as they deserve, and gratifieth with sweet speech and gift of wealth and other enjoyable articles, the gods, the Daityas, the Nagas, the Brahmanas, the Yakshas, the birds, the Kaliyas, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and all other exalted beings that came to him as his guests. And that delicious sava, O child, is always crowded with persons coming and going. Filled with every kind of energy, and worshipped by Brahmarshis, that celestial sava blazes forth with the graceful possessions of Brahma and looks extremely handsome, O tiger among kings, as this sava of yours is unrivaled in the world of men, so is that sava of Brahma, seen by me unrivaled in all the worlds. I have seen these savas, O Bharata, in regions of the celestials. This thy sava is unquestionably the foremost in the world of men. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 12. Yudhishthira said, O thou foremost of eloquent men, as thou hast described the different savas unto me, it appeareth that almost all the monarchs of the earth are to be found in the sava of Yama. And, O master, almost all the Nagas, and principal Daityas, and rivers, and oceans, are to be found in the sava of Varana. And so the Yakshas, the Guhyakas, the Rakshasas, the Gandharvas and Apsaras and the deity, Yama, having the bull for his vehicle, are to be found in the sava of the Lord of Treasures. Thou hast said that in the sava of the grandsire are to be seen all the great rishis, all the gods, all the branches of learning. As regards the sava of Sakra, however, thou hast named, O Muni, all the gods, the Gandharvas, and various rishis. But, O great Muni, thou hast mentioned one and only one king, viz., the royal rishi Harishchandra, as living in the sava of the illustrious chief of the gods. What act was performed by that celebrated king, or what ascetic penances with steady vows, in consequence of which he hath been equal to Indra himself? O Brahmana, how didst thou also meet with my father, the exalted Pandu, now a guest in the region of the Pitris? O exalted one of excellent vows, hath he told thee anything? O tell me all, as I am exceedingly curious to hear all this from thee. Narada said, O King of Kings, I shall tell thee all that thou askest me about Harishchandra. I shall presently tell thee of his high excellence. He was a powerful king, in fact, an emperor over all the kings of the earth. Indeed, all the kings of the earth obeyed his sway. O monarch, mounted alone upon a victorious car adorned with gold, that king by the prowess of his weapons brought the whole earth with her 7 islands under his sway. And, O monarch, having subjugated the whole earth with her mountains, forests, and woods, he made preparations for the great sacrifice called the Rajasuya. And all the kings of the earth brought at his command wealth unto that sacrifice. All of them consented to become distributors of food and gifts unto the Brahmanas that were fed on the occasion. At that sacrifice King Harishchandra gave away unto all who asked, wealth that was 5 times what each had solicited. At the conclusion of the sacrifice, the king gratified the Brahmanas that came from various countries with large presents of various kinds of wealth. The Brahmanas gratified with various kinds of food and enjoyable articles, given away unto them to the extent of their desires, and with the heaps of jewels distributed amongst them, began to say, King Harishchandra is superior to all kings in energy and renown, and know, O monarch, O bull of the Bharata race, it was for this reason that Harishchandra shone more brightly than thousands of other kings. The powerful Harishchandra, having concluded his great sacrifice, became installed, O king, in the sovereignty of the earth and looked resplendent on his throne. O bull of the Bharata race, all those monarchs that performed the sacrifice of Rajasuya, attaining to the region of Indra, passed their time in felicity in Indra's company. And, O bull of the Bharata race, those kings also that yield up their lives, without turning their backs on the field of battle, attain to the mansion of Indra, and live in joy with him. Those again that yield up their bodies after severe ascetic penances also attain to the same region, and shine brightly there for ages. O king of the Kuru race, O son of Kunti, thy father Pandu, beholding the good fortune of Harishchandra, and wondering much thereat, hath told thee something. Knowing that I was coming to the world of men, he bowed unto me and said, Thou shouldst tell Yudhishthira, O Rishi, that he can subjugate the whole earth inasmuch as his brothers are all obedient to him. And having done this, let him commence the grand sacrifice called Rajasuya. He is my son. If he performeth that sacrifice, I may, like Harishchandra, soon attain to the region of Indra, and there in his Sava pass countless years in continuous joy. I told him in reply, O king, I shall tell thy son all this, if I go to the world of man. I have now told thee what he said, O tiger among men. Accomplish then, O son of Pandu, the desires of thy father. If thou performest that sacrifice, thou shalt then be able to go, along with thy deceased ancestors, into the same region that is inhabited by the chief of the immortals. It hath been said, O king, that the performance of this great sacrifice is attended with many obstacles. A class of Rakshasas called Brahma Rakshasas, employed in obstructing all sacrifices, always search for loopholes when this great sacrifice is commenced. On the commencement of such a sacrifice, a war may take place, destroying the Kshatriyas and even furnishing occasion for the destruction of the whole earth. A slight obstacle may involve the whole earth in ruin. Reflecting upon all this, O King of Kings, do what is for thy good. Be thou watchful and ready in protecting the four orders of thy subjects. Grow, thou in prosperity, and enjoy thou felicity. Gratify thou the Brahmanas with gifts of wealth. I have now answered in detail all that thou hast asked me. With thy leave I will now go to the city, Dwaravati, of that Apsaras. Vaisampayana said, O Janamejaya, having said this unto the son of Pritha, Narada went away, accompanied by those rishis with whom he had come. And after Narada had gone away, King Yudhishthira, O thou of the Kuru race, began to think, along with his brothers, of that foremost of sacrifices called Rajasuya. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 13. Vaisampayana said, Yudhishthira, having heard these words of Narada, began to sigh heavily. And, O Bharata, engaged in his thoughts about the Rajasuya, the king had no peace of mind. Having heard of this glory of the illustrious monarchs of old, and being certain about the acquisition of regions of felicity by performers of sacrifices in consequence of their sacred deeds, and thinking especially of that royal sage Harishchandra who had performed the great sacrifice, King Yudhishthira desired to make preparations for the Rajasuya sacrifice. Then, worshipping his counselors and others present at his Sava, and worshipped by them in return, he began to discuss with them about that sacrifice. Having reflected much, that king of kings, that bull amongst the Kurus, inclined his mind towards making preparations for the Rajasuya. That prince of wonderful energy and prowess, however, reflecting upon virtue and righteousness, again set his heart to find out what would be for the good of all his people. For Yudhishthira, that foremost of all virtuous men, always kind unto his subjects, worked for the good of all without making any distinctions. Indeed, shaking off both anger and arrogance, Yudhishthira always said, Give unto each what is due to each, and the only sounds that he could hear were, Blessed be Dharma. Blessed be Dharma. Yudhishthira. Conducting himself thus and giving paternal assurance to everybody, there was none in the kingdom who entertained any hostile feelings towards him. He therefore came to be called Ajatasatru, one with no enemy at all. The king cherished every one as belonging to his family, and Bhima ruled over all justly. Arjuna, used to employing both his hands with equal skill, protected the people from external enemies. And the wise Sadeva administered justice impartially. And Nakula behaved towards all with humility that was natural to him. Owing to all this, the kingdom became free from disputes and fear of every kind. And all the people became attentive to their respective occupations. The rain became so abundant as to leave no room for desiring more, and the kingdom grew in prosperity. And in consequence of the virtues of the king, moneylenders, the articles required for sacrifices, cattle rearing, tillage, and traders, all and everything grew in prosperity. Indeed, during the reign of Yudhishthira, who was ever devoted to truth, there was no extortion, no stringent realization of arrears of rent, no fear of disease, of fire, or of death by poisoning and incantations, in the kingdom. It was never heard at that time that thieves or cheats or royal favorites ever behaved wrongfully towards the king or towards one another amongst themselves. Kings conquered on the 6 occasions, of war, treaty, and sea, were wont to wait upon him in order to do good unto the monarch and worship him ever, while the traders of different classes came to pay him the taxes leviable on their respective occupations. And accordingly, during the reign of Yudhishthira, who was ever devoted to virtue, his dominion grew in prosperity. Indeed, the prosperity of the kingdom was increased not by these alone, but even by persons wedded to voluptuousness and indulging in all luxuries to their fill. And the king of kings, Yudhishthira, whose sway extended over all, was possessed of every accomplishment and bore everything with patience. And, O king, whatever countries the celebrated and illustrious monarch conquered, the people everywhere, from Brahmanas to swains, were all more attached to him than to their own fathers and mothers. Vyasa said, King Yudhishthira, then, that foremost of speakers, summoning together his counselors and brothers, asked them repeatedly about the Rajasuya sacrifice. Those ministers in a body, thus asked by the wise Yudhishthira desirous of performing the sacrifice, then told him these words of grave import: One already in possession of a kingdom desireth all the attributes of an emperor by means of that sacrifice which aideth a king in acquiring the attributes of Varana. O prince of Kuru race, thy friends think that as thou art worthy of the attributes of an emperor, the time is even come for thee for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. The time for the performance of that sacrifice, in which rishis of austere vows kindle 6 fires with mantras of the Samaveda, is come for thee in consequence of thy Kshatriya possessions. At the conclusion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, when the performer is installed in the sovereignty of the empire, he is rewarded with the fruits of all sacrifices, including the Agnihotra. It is for this that he is called the conqueror of all. Thou art quite able, O strong-armed one, to perform this sacrifice. All of us are obedient to thee. Soon will you be able, O great king, to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. Therefore, O great king, let thy resolution be taken to perform this sacrifice without further discussion. Thus spoke unto the king all his friends and counselors separately and jointly. And, O king, Yudhishthira, that slayer of all enemies, having heard these virtuous, bold, agreeable, and weighty words of theirs, accepted them mentally. And having heard those words of his friends and counselors, and knowing his own strength also, the king, O Bharata, repeatedly thought over the matter. After this, the intelligent and virtuous Yudhishthira, wise in counsel, again consulted with his brothers, with the illustrious Ritwijas about him, with his ministers, and with Daumya and Dwapayana and others. Yudhishthira said, How may this wish that I entertain of performing the excellent sacrifice of Rajasuya that is worthy of an emperor bear fruit, in consequence of my faith and speech alone? Vyasa said, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, thus asked by the king, they replied at that time unto Yudhishthira the just in these words, being conversant with the dictates of morality, Thou art, O king, worthy to perform the grand sacrifice of Rajasuya. After the Ritwijas and the Rishis had told these words unto the king, his ministers and brothers highly approved of the speech. The king, however, possessed of great wisdom, and with mind under complete control, actuated by the desire of doing good unto the world, again resolved the matter in his mind, thinking of his own strength and means, the circumstances of time and place, and his income and expenditure. For he knew that the wise never come to grief owing to their always acting after full deliberation. Thinking that the sacrifice should not be commenced, pursuant to his own resolution only, Yudhishthira, carefully bearing upon his shoulder the weight of affairs, thought of Krishna, that persecutor of all sinners, as the fittest person to decide the matter, inasmuch as he knew him to be the foremost of all persons, possessed of immeasurable energy, strong-armed, without birth, but born amongst men from will alone. Reflecting upon his godlike feats, the son of Pandu concluded that there was nothing that was unknown to him, nothing that he could not achieve, and nothing that he could not bear, and Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, having come to this settled resolution, soon sent a messenger unto that master of all beings, conveying through him blessings and speeches such as one senior in age might send to one that is younger. And that messenger, riding in a swift car, arrived amongst the Yadavas and approached Krishna, who was then residing in Dwaravati. And Achyuta, Krishna, hearing that the son of Pritha had become desirous of seeing him, desired to see his cousin. And quickly passing over many regions, being drawn by his own swift horses, Krishna arrived at Indraprastha, accompanied by Indrasena. And having arrived at Indraprastha, Janardana approached Yudhishthira without loss of time. And Yudhishthira received Krishna with paternal affection, and Bhima also received him likewise. And Janardana then went with a cheerful heart to his father's sister, Kunti. And worshipped then with reverence by the twins, he began to converse cheerfully with his friend Arjuna, who was overjoyed at seeing him. And after he had rested a while in a pleasant apartment and had been fully refreshed, Yudhishthira approached him at his leisure and informed him all about the Rajasuya sacrifice. Yudhishthira said, "I have wished to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. That sacrifice, however, cannot be performed by one's wishing alone to perform it. Thou knowest, O Krishna, even thing about the means by which it may be accomplished. He alone can achieve this sacrifice in whom everything is possible, who is worshipped everywhere and who is the King of Kings. My friends and counselors approaching me have said that I should perform that sacrifice. But, O Krishna, in respect of that matter, thy word shall be my guide." Of counselors, some from friendship do not notice the difficulties, others from motives of self-interest say only what is agreeable. Some again regard that which is beneficial to themselves as worthy of adoption. Men are seen to counsel thus on matters awaiting decision. But thou, O Krishna, art above such motives. Thou hast conquered both desire and anger. It behoveth thee to tell me what is most beneficial to the world. Rajasuyaramba Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 14. Krishna said, "O great king, thou art a worthy possessor of all the qualities essential for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. Thou knowest everything, O Bharata. I shall, however, still tell thee something. Those persons in the world that now go by the name of Kshatriyas are inferior, in everything, to those Kshatriyas that Rama, the son of Jamadagnya, exterminated. O Lord of the earth, O bull of the Bharata race, thou knowest what form of rule these Kshatriyas, guided by the instructions traditionally handed down from generation to generation, have established amongst their own order, and how far they are competent to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. The numerous royal lines and other ordinary Kshatriyas all represent themselves to be the descendants of Ela and Ikshwaku. The descendants of Ela, O king, as, indeed, the kings of Ikshwaku's race, are, know, O bull of the Bharata race, each divided into 100 separate dynasties. The descendants of Yayati and the Bhojas are great, both in extent, number, and accomplishments. O king, these last are today scattered all over the earth. And all the Kshatriyas worship the prosperity of those monarchs. At present, however, O monarch, King Jarasandha, overcoming that prosperity enjoyed by their whole order, and overpowering them by his energy, hath set himself over the heads of all these kings. And Jarasandha, enjoying the sovereignty over the middle portion of the earth, Mathura, resolved to create a disunion amongst ourselves. O monarch, the king who is the Lord paramount of all kings, and in whom alone the dominion of the universe is centered, properly deserves to be called an emperor. And, O monarch, King Sisupala, endued with great energy, hath placed himself under his protection and hath become the generalissimo of his forces. And, O great king, the mighty Vaka, the king of the Kurushas, capable of fighting by putting forth his powers of illusion, waiteth upon Jarasandha as his disciple. There are two others, Hansa and Dimvaka, of great energy and great soul, who have sought the shelter of the mighty Jarasandha. There are others also, viz., Dantavakra, Karusha, Kaurava, Meghavahana, that wait upon Jarasandha. He also that beareth on his head that gem which is known as the most wonderful on earth, that king of the Yavnas, who hath chastised Muru and Naraka, whose power is unlimited, and who ruleth the west like another Varana, who is called Bhagadatta, and who is the old friend of thy father, hath bowed his head before Jarasandha, by speech and specially by act. In his heart, however, tied as he is by affection to thee, he regardeth thee as a father regardeth his child. O king, that lord of the earth, who hath his dominions on the west and the south, who is thy maternal uncle, and who is called Purujit, that brave perpetuator of the Kunti race, that slayer of all foes, is the single king that regardeth thee from affection. He whom I did not formerly slay, that wicked wretch amongst the Chedis, who represented himself in this world as a divine personage, and who hath become known also as such, and who always beareth, from foolishness, the signs that distinguish me, that king of Vangapundra and the Karatas, endowed with great strength, and who is known on earth by the names of Pandraka and Vasudeva, hath also espoused the side of Jarasandha. And, O King of Kings, Bhishmaka, the mighty king of the Bhojas, the friend of Indra, the slayer of hostile heroes, who governs a fourth part of the world, who by his learning conquered the Pundyas and the Krathakausikas, whose brother the brave Arkadi was like Rama, the son of Jamdagni, hath become a servitor to the king of Magadha. We are his relatives and are, therefore, engaged every day in doing what is agreeable unto him. But although we regard him much, still he regardeth us not, and is engaged in doing us ill. And, O king, without knowing his own strength and the dignity of the race to which he belongeth, he hath placed himself under Jarasandha's shelter at sight of the latter's blazing fame alone. And, O exalted one, the 18 tribes of the Bhojas, from fear of Jarasandha, have all fled towards the west, so also have the Surasenas, the Bhadrakas, the Vodas, the Sulwas, the Patakshivas, the Sustalas, the Mukutas, and the Kalindas, along with the Kuntis. And the king of the Salwayana tribe with their brethren and followers, and the southern Panchalas and the eastern Kosalas have all fled to the country of the Kuntis. So also the Matsyas and the Sanyastapadas, overcome with fear, leaving their dominions in the north, have fled into the southern country. And so all the Panchalas, alarmed at the power of Jarasandha, have left their own kingdom and fled in all directions. Some time before, the foolish Kansa, having persecuted the Yadavas, married 2 of the daughters of Jarasandha. They are called Asti and Prapti, and are the sister of Sudeva. Strengthened by such an alliance, the fool persecuting his relatives gained an ascendancy over them all. But by this conduct he earned great obloquy. The rich also began to oppress the old kings of the Bhoja tribe, but they, to protect themselves from the persecution of their relative, sought our help. Having bestowed upon Akrura the handsome daughter of Ahuka, with Sankarshana as my second, I did a service to my relatives, for both Kansa and Sunaman were slain by me assisted by Rama. But after the immediate cause of fear was removed, by the death of Kansa, Jarasandha, his father-in-law, took up arms. Ourselves, consisting of the 18 younger branches of the Yadavas, arrived at the conclusion that even if we struck our enemies continually with excellent weapons capable of taking the lives of the foes, we should still be unable to do anything unto him even in 300 years. He hath 2 friends that are like unto the immortals, and in point of strength the foremost of all men endued with might. They are called Hansa and Dimvaka, who are both incapable of being slain by weapons. The mighty Jarasandha, being united with them, becomes incapable, I think, of being vanquished by even the 3 worlds. O thou foremost of all intelligent men, this is not our opinion alone, but all other kings also are of the same mind. There lived, O monarch, a king of the name of Hansa, who was slain by Rama, Valadeva, after a battle of 18 days. But, O Bharata, hearing people say that Hansa had been killed, Dimvaka, O king, thought that he could not live without Hansa. He accordingly jumped into the waters of the Yamuna and killed himself. Afterwards, when Hansa, the subjugator of hostile heroes, heard that Dimvaka had killed himself, he went to the Yamuna and jumped into its waters. Then, O bull of the Bharata race, King Jarasandha, hearing that both Hansa and Dimvaka had been killed, returned to his kingdom with an empty heart. After Jarasandha had returned, O slayer of all foes, we were filled with pleasure and continued to live at Mathura. Then the widow of Hansa and the daughter of Jarasandha, that handsome woman with eyes like lotus petals, grieved at the death of her lord, went unto her father, and repeatedly urged, O monarch, the king of Magadha, saying, O slayer of all foes, kill thou the slayer of my husband. Then, O great king, remembering the conclusion to which we had come of old, we became exceedingly cheerless and fled from Mathura. Dividing our large wealth into small portions so as to make each portion easily portable, we fled from fear of Jarasandha, with our cousins and relatives. Reflecting upon everything, we fled towards the west. There is a delightful town towards the west called Kusasthali, adorned by the mountains of Revata. In that city, O monarch, we took up our abode. We rebuilt its fort and made it so strong that it has become impregnable even to the gods. And from within it even the women might fight the foe, what to speak of the Yadava heroes without fear of any kind. O slayer of all foes, we are now living in that city. And, O tiger of the Kuru race, considering the inaccessibility of that first of mountains and regarding themselves as having already crossed the fear of Jarasandha, the descendants of Madhu have become exceedingly glad. Thus, O king, though possessed of strength and energy, yet from the oppressions of Jarasandha we have been obliged to repair to the mountains of Gomanta, measuring 3 yojanas in length. Within each yojana have been established 21 posts of armed men. And at intervals of each yojana are 100 gates with arches which are defended by valorous heroes engaged in guarding them. And innumerable Kshatriyas invincible in war, belonging to the 18 younger branches of the Yadavas, are employed in defending these works. In our race, O king, there are full 18,000 brothers and cousins. Ahuka hath had 100 sons, each of whom is almost like a god, and prowess, Sharadeshna with his brother Chakradeva, Satyaki, myself, Valadeva the son of Rohini, and my son Samva, who is equal unto me in battle. These 7, O king, are Adarathas. Besides these, there are others, O king, whom I shall presently name. They are Kritavarman, Anadrishti, Samaka, Samatinjaya, Kanka, Sanku, and Kunti. These 7 are Maharathas. There are also 2 sons of Antikaboja, and the old king himself. Endued with great energy, these are all heroes, each mighty as the thunderbolt. These Maharathas, choosing the middle country, are now living amongst the Vrishnis. O thou best of the Bharata line, thou alone art worthy of being an emperor. It behoveth thee, O Bharata, to establish thy empire over all the Kshatriyas. But this is my judgment, O king, that thou wilt not be able to celebrate the Rajasuya sacrifice as long as the mighty Jarasandha liveth. By him have been immured in his hill fort numerous monarchs, like a lion that hath deposited the slain bodies of mighty elephants within a cave of the king of mountains. O slayer of all enemies, King Jarasandha, desirous of offering in sacrifice 100 monarchs, adored for his fierce ascetic penances the illustrious god of gods, the lord of Uma. It is by this means that the kings of the earth have been vanquished by Jarasandha. And, O best of monarchs, he hath by that means been able to fulfill the vow he had made relative to his sacrifice. By defeating the kings with their troops and bringing all of them as captives into this city, he had swelled its crowds enormously. We also, O king, from fear of Jarasandha, at one time had to leave Mathura and fly to the city of Dwaravati. If, O great king, thou desirest to perform this sacrifice, strive to release the kings confined by Jarasandha, as also to compass his death. O son of the Kuru race, otherwise this undertaking of thine can never be completed. O thou foremost of intelligent men, if the Rajasuya is to be performed by thee, you must do this in this way and not otherwise. This, O king, is my view on the matter. Do, O sinless one, as thou thinkest. Under these circumstances, O king, having reflected upon everything, taking note of causes, tell us what thou thyself thinkest proper. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 15. Yudhishthira said, intelligent as thou art, thou hast said what none else is capable of saying. There is none else on earth who is settler of all doubts. Behold, there are kings in every province employed in benefiting their respective selves. But no one amongst them hath been able to achieve the imperial dignity. Indeed, the title emperor is difficult of acquisition. He that knoweth the valor and strength of others never applaudeth himself. He, indeed, is really worthy of applause, worship, who, engaged in encounters with his enemies, beareth himself commendably. O thou supporter of the dignity of the Vrishni race, man's desires and propensities, like the wide earth itself adorned with many jewels, are varied and extensive. As experience can seldom be gained but by traveling in regions remote from one's home, so salvation can never be attained except by acting according to principles that are very high, compared with the ordinary level of our desire and propensities. I regard peace of mind as the highest object here, for from that quality may proceed my prosperity. In my judgment, if I undertake to celebrate this sacrifice, I shall never win the highest reward. O Janardana, endued with energy and intelligence, these that have been born in our race think that some one amongst them will at one time become the foremost amongst all Kshatriyas. But, O exalted one, we also were all frightened by the fear of Jarasandha, and, O sinless one, by the wickedness of that monarch. O thou invincible in battle, the might of thy arm is my refuge. When, therefore, thou take in fright at Jarasandha's might, how should I regard myself strong in comparison with him? Madhava, O thou of the Vrishni race, I am repeatedly depressed by the thought whether Jarasandha is capable or not of being slain by thee, by Rama, by Bhimasena, or by Arjuna. But what shall I say, O Keshava? Thou art my highest authority on everything. On hearing these words, Bhima, well skilled in speech, said, That king who is without exertion, or who being weak and without resources entereth into hostility with one that is strong, perisheth like an ant-hill. It may be generally seen, however, that even a king that is weak may vanquish an enemy that is strong and obtain the fruition of all his wishes, by wakefulness and by the application of policy. In Krishna is policy, and myself strength, and Arjuna triumphs. So like the three, sacrificial, fires that accomplish a sacrifice, we shall accomplish the death of the king of Magadha. Krishna then said, One that is immature in understanding seeketh the fruition of his desire without an eye to what may happen to him in future. It is seen that no one forgiveth for that reason a foe that is of immature understanding and inclined to serve his own interests. It hath been heard by us that in the Krita age, having brought every one under their subjection, Yuvanaswan by the abolition of all taxes, Bhajaratha by his kind treatment to his subjects, Kartavirya by the energy of his asceticism, the Lord Bharata by his strength and valor, and Maryuddha by his prosperity, all these five became emperors. But, O Yudhishthira, thou who covetest the imperial dignity deserves it, not by one but by all these qualities, viz., victory, protection afforded to thy people, virtue, prosperity, and policy. Know, O bull of the Kuru race, that Jarasandha, the son of Vrihadratha, is even such, i.e., a candidate for the imperial dignity. 100 dynasties of kings have become unable to oppose Jarasandha. He, therefore, may be regarded to be an emperor for his strength. Kings that are wearers of jewels worship Jarasandha, with presents of jewels. But, wicked from his childhood, he is scarcely satisfied with such worship. Having become the foremost among all, he attacketh yet with violence kings with crowns on their heads. Nor is there seen any king from whom he taketh not tribute. Thus hath he brought under his sway nearly 100 kings. How can, O son of Pritha, any weak monarch approach him with hostile intentions? Confined in the temple of Shiva and offered as sacrifice unto him like so many animals, do not these monarchs dedicated unto that god feel the most poignant misery, O bull of the Bharata race? A Kshatriya that dieth in battle is ever regarded with respect. Why shall we not, therefore, meet together and oppose Jarasandha in battle? He hath already brought 86 kings, 14 only are wanting to complete 100. As soon as he obtaineth those 14, he will begin his cruel act. He that shall be to obstruct that act will surely win blazing renown. And he that will vanquish Jarasandha will surely become the emperor of all the Kshatriyas. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 16. Yudhishthira said, desirous of the imperial dignity but acting from selfish motives and relying upon courage alone, how, O Krishna, can I dispatch ye unto Jarasandha? Both Bhima and Arjuna I regard as my eyes, and thee, O Janardana, as my mind. How shall I live, deprived of my eyes and mind? Yama himself cannot vanquish in battle the mighty host of Jarasandha that is endued, besides, with terrible valor. What valor can ye exhibit against it? This affair that promises to terminate otherwise may lead to great mischief. It is my opinion, therefore, that the proposed task should not be undertaken. Listen, O Krishna, to what I for one think. O Janardana, desisting from this act seemeth to me to be beneficial. My heart today is afflicted. The Rajasuya appeareth to me difficult of accomplishment. Vaisampayana said, Arjuna, who had obtained that excellent of bows, and that couple of inexhaustible quivers, and that car with that banner, as also that assembly room, now addressed Yudhishthira and said, I have obtained, O king, a bow and weapons and arrows and energy and allies and dominions and fame and strength. Those are always difficult of acquisition, however much they may be desired. Learned men of repute always praise in good society nobleness of descent. But nothing is equal to might. Indeed, O monarch, there is nothing I like more than prowess. Born in a race noted for its valor, one that is without valor is scarcely worthy of regard. One, however, possessed of valor, that is born in a race not noted for it, is much superior to the former. He, O king, is a kshatriya in everything who increaseth his fame and possessions by the subjugation of his enemies. And he that is possessed of valor, though destitute of all other merits, will vanquish his foes. One, however, that is destitute of valor, though possessed of every other merit, can scarcely accomplish anything. Every merit exists by the side of valor in an incipient state. Concentration of attention, exertion, and destiny exist as the three causes of victory. One, however, that is possessed of valor doth not yet deserve success if he acts carelessly. It is for this that an enemy endued with strength sometimes suffers death at the hands of his foes. As meanness overtakes the weak, so folly sometimes overtakes the strong. A king, therefore, that is desirous of victory, should avoid both these causes of destruction. If, for the purpose of our sacrifice, we endeavor to slay Jarasandha and rescue the kings kept by him for a cruel purpose, there is no higher act which we could employ ourselves in. If, however, we do not undertake the task, the world will always think us incompetent. We have certainly the competence, O king. Why should you, therefore, regard us as incompetent? Those that have become munis desirous of achieving tranquility of souls, obtain yellow robes with ease. So if we vanquish the foe, the imperial dignity will easily be ours. We shall, therefore, fight the foe. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 17. Vasudeva said, Arjuna hath indicated what the inclination should be of one that is born in the Bharata race, especially of one who is the son of Kunti. We know not when death will overtake us, in the night or in the day. Nor have we ever heard that immortality hath been achieved by desisting from fight. This, therefore, is the duty of men, viz., to attack all enemies in accordance with the principles laid down in the ordinance. This always gives satisfaction to the heart. Aided by good policy, if not frustrated by destiny, an undertaking becomes crowned with success. If both parties aided by such means encounter each other, one must obtain ascendancy over the other, for both cannot win or lose. A battle, however, if directed by bad policy, which again is destitute of the well-known arts, ends in defeat or destruction. If, again, both parties are equally circumstanced, the result becomes doubtful. Both, however, cannot win. When such is the case, why should we not, aided by good policy, directly approach the foe, and destroy him, like the current of the river uprooting a tree? If, disguising our own faults, we attack the enemy taking advantage of his loopholes, why should we not succeed? Indeed, the policy of intelligent men is that one should not fight openly with foes that are exceedingly powerful and are at the head of their well-arrayed forces. This too is my opinion. If, however, we accomplish our purpose secretly entering the abode of our foe and attacking his person, we shall never earn obloquy. That bull among men Jarasandha alone enjoyeth unfaded glory, like unto him who is the self in the heart of every created being. But I see his destruction before me. Desirous of protecting our relatives, we will either slay him in battle or shall ascend to heaven, being ourselves slain in the end by him. Yudhishthira said, O Krishna, who is this Jarasandha? What is his energy and what is his prowess, that having touched thee he hath not been burnt like an insect at the touch of fire? Krishna said, Hear, O monarch, who Jarasandha is, what his energy, and what is his prowess, and why also he hath been spared by us, even though he hath repeatedly offended us. There was a mighty king of the name of Vrahadratha, the lord of the Magadhas. Proud in battle, he had 3 Akshahinis of troops. Handsome and endued with energy, possessed of affluence and prowess beyond measure, and always bearing on his person marks indicating installation at sacrifices. He was like a second Indra. In glory he was like unto Surya, in forgiveness like unto the earth, in wrath like unto the destroyer Yama, and in wealth like unto Vaishravana. And O thou foremost of the Bharata race, the whole earth was covered by his qualities that descended upon him from a long line of ancestors, like the rays emerging from the sun. And, O bull of the Bharata race, endued with great energy, that monarch married 2 twin daughters of the king of Kasi, and that bull among men made an engagement in secret with his wives that he would love them equally and would never show a preference for either. And the Lord of the earth, in the company of his 2 dearly loved wives, both of whom suited him well, passed his days in joy like a mighty elephant in the company of 2 cow elephants, or like the ocean in his personified form between Ganga and Yamuna, also in their personified forms. The monarch's youth, however, passed away in the enjoyment of his possessions, without any son being born unto him to perpetuate his line. The best of monarch failed to obtain a son to perpetuate his race, even by means of various auspicious rites, and homas, and sacrifices performed with the desire for having an offspring. One day the king heard that the high-souled Chandakausika, the son of Kakshavat of the illustrious Gautama race, having desisted from ascetic penances, had come in course of his wanderings to his capital, and had taken his seat under the shade of a mango tree. The king went unto that Muni accompanied by his 2 wives, and worshipping him with jewels and valuable presents gratified him highly. That best of rishis, truthful in speech and firmly attached to truth, then told the king, O king of kings, I have been pleased with thee. O thou of excellent vows, solicit thou a boon. King Vrahadratha then, with his wives, bending low unto that rishi, spoke these words choked with tears in consequence of his despair of obtaining a child. O holy one, forsaking my kingdom, I am about to go into the woods to practice ascetic penances. I am very unfortunate, for I have no son. What shall I do, therefore, with my kingdom or with a boon? Krishna continued, hearing these words of the king, the Muni, controlling his outer senses, entered into meditation, sitting in the shade of that very mango tree where he was. And there fell upon the lap of the seated Muni a mango that was juicy and untouched by the beak of a parrot or any other bird. That best of Munis, taking up the fruit and mentally pronouncing certain mantras over it, gave it unto the king as the means of his obtaining an incomparable offspring. And the great Muni, possessed also of extraordinary wisdom, addressing the monarch, said, Return, O king, thy wish is fulfilled. Desist, O king, from going into the woods. At hearing these words of the Muni and worshipping his feet, the monarch, possessed of great wisdom, returned to his own abode. And recollecting his former promise unto them, the king gave, O bull of the Bharata race, unto his 2 wives that one fruit. His beautiful queens, dividing that single fruit into 2 parts, ate it up. In consequence of the certainty of the realization of the Muni's words and his truthfulness, both of them conceived, as an effect of their having eaten that fruit. And the king, beholding them in that state, became filled with great joy. Then, O wise monarch, some time after, when the time came, each of the queens brought forth a fragmentary body. And each fragment had 1 eye, 1 arm, 1 leg, half a stomach, half a face, and half an anus. Beholding the fragmentary bodies, both the mothers trembled much. The helpless sisters then anxiously consulted each other, and sorrowfully abandoned those fragments endued with life. The 2 midwives, that waited upon the queens, then carefully wrapping up the stillborn, fragments went out of the inner apartments of the palace, by the back door, and throwing away the bodies, returned in haste. A little while after, O tiger among men, a Rakshasa woman of the name of Jara, living upon flesh and blood, took up the fragments that lay on a crossing. And impelled by force of fate, the female cannibal united the fragments for facility of carrying them away. And, O bull among men, as soon as the fragments were united they formed a sturdy child of one body, endued with life. Then, O king, the female cannibal, with eyes expanded in wonder, found herself unable to carry away that child having a body as hard and strong as the thunderbolt. That infant then, closing his fists red as copper and inserting them into its mouth, began to roar terribly as rain-charged clouds. Alarmed at the sound, the inmates of the palace, O tiger among men, suddenly came out with the king, O slayer of all foes. The helpless and disappointed and sad queens also, with breasts full of milk, also came out suddenly to recover their child. The female cannibal, beholding the queens in that condition and the king too so desirous of an offspring, and the child was possessed of such strength, thought within herself, I live within dominions of the king who is so desirous of an offspring. It behoveth not me, therefore, to kill the infant child of such an illustrious and virtuous monarch. The Rakshasa woman then, holding the child in her arms like the clouds enveloping the sun, and assuming a human form, told the king these words, O Virajatha, this is thy child. Given to thee by me, O, take it. It hath been born of both thy wives by virtue of the command of the great Brahmana. Cast away by the midwives, it hath been protected by me. Krishna continued, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, the handsome daughters of the king of Kasi, having obtained the child, soon drenched it with their lacteal streams. The king, ascertaining everything, was filled with joy, and addressing that female cannibal disguised as a human being possessing the complexion of gold, asked, O thou of the complexion of the filament of the lotus, who art thou that givest me this child? O auspicious one, thou seemest to me as a goddess roaming at thy pleasure. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 18. Krishna continued, hearing these words of the king, the Rakshasa woman answered, Blessed be thou, O king of kings, capable of assuming any form at will. I am a Rakshasa woman called Jara. I am living, O king, happily in thy house, worshipped by all. Every day I wander from house to house of men. Indeed, I was created of old by the Self-Create and was named Grihadevi, the household goddess. Of celestial beauty I was placed, in the world, for the destruction of the Danavas. He that with devotion painteth on the walls of his house a likeness of myself endued with youth and in the midst of children, must have prosperity in his abode, otherwise a household must sustain decay and destruction. O Lord, painted on the walls of thy house is a likeness of myself surrounded by numerous children. Stationed there I am daily worshipped with scents and flowers, with incense and edibles and various objects of enjoyment. Thus worshipped in thy house, I daily think of doing thee some good in return. It chanced, O virtuous king, that I beheld the fragmentary bodies of thy son. When these happened to be united by me, a living child was formed of them. O great king, it hath been so owing to thy good fortune alone. I have been only the instrument, I am capable of swallowing the mountain of Meru itself. What shall I say of the child? I have, however, been gratified with thee in consequence of the worship I receive in thy house. It is, therefore, O king, that I have bestowed this child on thee. Krishna continued, having spoken these words, O king, Jara disappeared there and then. The king having obtained the child then entered the palace. And the king then caused all the rites of infancy to be performed on that child, and ordered a festival to be observed by his people in honor of that Rakshasa woman. And the monarch equal unto Brahma himself then bestowed a name on his child. And he said that because the child had been united by Jara, he should be called Jarasandha, i.e., united by Jara. And the son of the king of Magadha, endued with great energy, began to grow up in bulk and strength like a fire into which hath been poured libation of clarified butter. And increasing day by day like the moon in the bright fortnight, the child began to enhance the joy of his parents. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 19. Krishna said, some time after this, the great ascetic, the exalted Chandakausika, again came into the country of the Magadhas. Filled with joy at the advent of the Rishi, King Virajatha, accompanied by his ministers and priests and wives and son, went out to receive him. And, O Bharata, worshipping the Rishi with water to wash his feet and face, and with the offerings of Aragya, the king then offered his whole kingdom along with his son for the acceptance of the Rishi. The adorable Rishi, accepting that worship offered by the king, addressing the ruler of Magadha, O monarch, said with well-pleased heart, O king, I knew all this by spiritual insight. But hear, O king of kings, what this son of thine will be in future, as also what his beauty, excellence, strength, and valor will be. Without doubt this son of thine, growing in prosperity and endued with prowess, will obtain all these. Like other birds that can never imitate the speed of Vinata's son, Garuda, the other monarchs of the earth will not be able to equal in energy this thy son, who will be endued with great valor. And all those that will stand in his way will certainly be destroyed. Like the force of the current that can never make the slightest impression upon the rocky breast of a mountain, weapons hurled at him even by the celestials will fail to produce the least pain in him. He will blaze forth above the heads of all that wear crowns on their brows. Like the sun that dims the luster of all luminous bodies, this son of thine will rob all monarchs of their splendor. Even kings that are powerful and own large armies and numberless vehicles and animals, upon approaching this son of thine, will all perish as insects upon fire. This child will seize the growing prosperity of all kings like the ocean receiving the rivers swollen with the water of the rainy season. Like the huge earth that bears all kinds of produce, supporting things that are both good and evil, this child endued with great strength will support all the four orders of men. And all the kings of the earth will live in obedience to the commands of this child, just as every creature endued with body live in dependence upon Vayu that is dear as self unto beings. This prince of Magadha, the mightiest of all men in the world, will behold with his physical eyes the god of gods called Rudra or Hara, the slayer of Tripura. O thou slayer of all foes, saying this, the Rishi, thinking of his own business, dismissed King Virhadratha. The lord of the Magadhas then, re-entering his capital, and calling together his friends and relations, installed Jarasandha on the throne. King Virhadratha then came to feel a great distaste for worldly pleasures. And after the installation of Jarasandha, King Virhadratha, followed by his 2 wives, became an inmate of an ascetic asylum in the woods. And, O king, after his father and mothers had retired into the woods, Jarasandha by his valor brought numerous kings under his sway. Vaisampayana continued, King Virhadratha, having lived for some time in the woods and practiced ascetic penances, ascended to heaven at last with his wives. King Jarasandha, also, as uttered by Kausika, having received those numerous boons, ruled his kingdom like a father. Sometime after, when King Kansa was slain by Vasudeva, an enmity arose between him and Krishna. Then, O Bharata, the mighty king of Magadha from his city of Jarivrija, whirling a mace 99 times, hurled it towards Mathura. At that time Krishna of wonderful deeds was residing at Mathura. The handsome mace hurled by Jarasandha fell near Mathura at a distance of 99 yojanas from Jarivrija. The citizens, beholding the circumstance well, went unto Krishna and informed him of the fall of the mace. The place where the mace fell is adjacent to Mathura and is called Gadavasan. Jarasandha had 2 supporters called Hansa and Dimvaka, both of whom were incapable of being slain by weapons. Well conversant with the science of politics and morality and counsel, they were the foremost of all intelligent men. I have already told thee everything about that mighty pair. They too and Jarasandha, I believe, are more than a match for 3 worlds. O brave king, it was for this reason that the powerful Kukara, Andhaka, and Vrishni tribes, acting from motives of policy, did not deem it proper to fight with him. Jarasandha Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 20. Krishna said, both Hansa and Dimvaka have fallen, Kansa also with all his followers has been slain. The time hath, therefore, come for the destruction of Jarasandha. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle even by all the celestials and the Asuras fighting together. We think, however, that he should be vanquished in a personal struggle with bare arms. In me is policy, in Bhima is strength, and in Arjuna is triumph, and therefore, as prelude to performing the Rajasuya, we will certainly achieve the destruction of the ruler of Magadha. When we 3 approach that monarch in secret, and he will, without doubt, be engaged in an encounter with one of us. From fear of disgrace, from covetousness, and from pride of strength, he will certainly summon Bhima to the encounter. Like death himself that slays a person however swollen with pride, the long-armed and mighty Bhimasena will effect the destruction of the king. If thou knowest my heart, if thou hast any faith in me, then make over to me, as a pledge, Bhima and Arjuna without loss of time. Vyasa continued, thus addressed by the exalted one, Yudhishthira, beholding both Bhima and Arjuna standing with cheerful faces, replied, saying, O Achyuta, thou slayer of all enemies, say not so. Thou art the lord of the Pandavas. We are dependent on thee. What thou sayest, O Govinda, is consistent with wise counsels. Thou never leadest those upon whom prosperity hath turned her back. I who stay under thy command regard that Jarasandha is already slain, that the monarchs confined by him have already been set free, that the Rajasuya hath already been accomplished by me. O Lord of the universe, O thou best of persons, watchfully act thou so that this task may be accomplished. Without ye then I dare not live, like a sorrowful man afflicted with disease, and bereft of the three attributes of morality, pleasure, and wealth. Partha cannot live without Sari, Krishna, nor can Sari live without Partha. Nor is there anything in the world that is unconquerable by these two, viz., Krishna and Arjuna. This handsome Bhima also is the foremost of all persons endued with might. Of great renown, what can he not achieve when with ye two? Troops, when properly led, always do excellent service. A force without a leader hath been called inert by the wise. Forces, therefore, should always be led by experienced commanders. Into places that are low, the wise always conduct the water. Even fishermen cause the water, of tank, to run out through holes. Experienced leaders always lead their forces noting the loopholes and assailable points of the foe. We shall, therefore, strive to accomplish our purpose following the leadership of Govinda, conversant with the science of politics, that personage whose fame hath spread all over the world. For the successful accomplishment of one's purposes one should ever place Krishna in the van, that foremost of personages whose strength consists in wisdom and policy, and who possesseth a knowledge of both method and means. For the accomplishment of one's purpose let, therefore, Arjuna, the son of Pritha, follow Krishna, the foremost of the Yadavas, and let Bhima follow Arjuna. Policy and good fortune and might will, then, bring about success in a matter requiring valor. Vyasa said, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the trio Krishna, Arjuna, and Bhima, all possessed of great energy, set out for Magadha attired in the garb of Snataka Brahmanas of resplendent bodies, and blessed by the agreeable speeches of friends and relatives. Possessed of superior energy and of bodies already like the sun, the moon, and the fire, and flamed with wrath at the sad lot of their relative kings, those bodies of theirs became much more blazing. And the people, beholding Krishna and Arjuna, both of whom had never before been vanquished in battle, with Bhima in the van, all ready to achieve the same task, regarded Jarasandha as already slain. For the illustrious pair, Krishna and Arjuna, were masters that directed every operation in the universe, as also all acts relating to the morality, wealth, and pleasure of every being. Having set out from the country of the Kurus, they passed through Kurujangala and arrived at the charming Lake of Lotuses. Passing over the hills of Kalakuta, they then went on crossing the Gandaki, the Satanira, Karatoya, and the Sakravarta and the other rivers, taking their rise in the same mountains. They then crossed the delightful Sarayu and saw the country of eastern Kosala. Passing over that country they went to Mithila, and then crossing the Mala and Cheraman Wadi, the three heroes crossed the Ganges and the Son and went on towards the east. At last those heroes of unfaded glory arrived at Magadha in the heart of the country of Kashamva. Reaching then the hills of Garatha, they saw the city of Magadha that was always filled with kine and wealth and water and rendered handsome with the innumerable trees standing there. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 21. Vasudeva said, Behold, O Partha, the great capital of Magadha, standing in all its beauty. Filled with flocks and herds, and its stock of water never exhausted, and adorned also with fine mansions standing in excellent array, it is free from every kind of calamity. The 5 large hills of Vihara, Varha, Vrishava, Rishajiri, and the delightful Chaitya, all of high peaks and overgrown with tall trees of cool shade and connected with one another, seem to be jointly protecting the city of Jarivrija. The breasts of the hills are concealed by forests of delightful and fragrant lodras having the ends of their branches covered with flowers. It was here that the illustrious Gautama of rigid vows begot on the Sudra woman Azanari, the daughter of Usanara, Kakshavat, and other celebrated sons. That the race sprung from Gautama doth yet live under the sway of an ordinary human race of monarchs is only evidence of Gautama's kindness to kings. And, O Arjuna, it was here that in olden times the mighty monarchs of Anga and Vanga and other countries came to the abode of Gautama and passed their days in joy and happiness. Behold, O Partha, those forests of delightful pipalas and beautiful lodras standing near the side of Gautama's abode. There dwelt in old days those Nagas, Arvuda, and Sakravapin, those persecutors of all enemies, as also the Naga Swastika and that other excellent Naga called Manu. Manu himself had ordered the country of the Magadhas to be never afflicted with drought, and Kaushika and Manamat also have favored the country. Owning such a delightful and impregnable city, Jarasandha is ever bent on seeking the fruition of his purposes, unlike other monarchs. We shall, however, by slaying him today humble his pride. Vaisampayana said, thus saying those brothers of abundant energy, viz., he of the Vrishni race and the two Pandavas entered the city of Magadha. They then approached towards the impregnable city of Jarivrija that was full of cheerful and well-fed inhabitants belonging to all the four orders, and where festivities were perennial. On arriving then at the gate of the city, the brothers, instead of passing through it, began to pierce, with their shafts, the heart of the high Chityaka peak that was worshipped by the race of Vrihadratha, as also by the citizens, and which delighted the hearts of all the Magadhas. Their Vrihadratha had slain a cannibal called Rishava, and having slain the monster made of his hide 3 drums, which he placed in his own city. And those drums were such that once beaten their sound lasted 1 full month. And the brothers broke down the Chityaka peak that was delightful to all the Magadhas, at that point where those drums covered with celestial flowers used to yield their continuous sound. And desirous of slaying Jarasandha, they seemed by that act of theirs to place their feet upon the head of their foe. And attacking with their mighty arms that immovable and huge and high and old and celebrated peak always worshipped with perfumes and floral wreaths, those heroes broke it down. And with joyful hearts they then entered the city. And it so happened that the learned Brahmanas residing within the city saw many evil omens which they reported to Jarasandha. And the priest making the king mount an elephant world lighted brands about him. And King Jarasandha also, possessed of great prowess, with a view to warding of those evils, entered upon the celebration of a sacrifice, with proper vows and fasts. Meanwhile, O Bharata, the brothers unarmed, or rather with their bare arms as their only weapons, desirous of fighting with Jarasandha, entered the capital in the guise of Brahmanas. They beheld the extraordinary beauty of the shops full of various edibles and floral wreaths, and supplied with articles of every variety of various qualities that man can desire. Those best of men, Krishna, Bhima, and Dhananjaya, beholding in those shops their affluence, passed along the public road. And endued with great strength they snatched forcibly from the flower vendors the garlands they had exposed for sale. And attired in robes of various colors and decked in garlands and earrings, the heroes entered the abode of Jarasandha, possessed of great intelligence, like Himalayan lions eyeing cattle folds. And the arms of those warriors, O king, besmeared with sandal paste, looked like the trunks of sala trees. The people of Magadha, beholding those heroes looking like elephants, with necks broad like those of trees and wide chests, began to wonder much. Those bull among men, passing through 3 gates that were crowded with men, proudly and cheerfully approached the king. And Jarasandha, rising up in haste, received them with water to wash their feet with, and honey and the other ingredients of the aragya, with gifts of kind, and with other forms of respect. The great king, addressing them, said, "Ye are welcome." And, O Janamejaya, both Partha and Bhima remained silent at this. And addressing the monarch Krishna said, "O king of kings, these two are now in the observance of a vow. Therefore they will not speak. Silent they will remain till midnight, after that hour they will speak with thee." The king then, quartering his guests in the sacrificial apartments, retired into his private chambers. And when midnight arrived, the monarch arrived at the place where his guests attired as Brahmanas were. For, O king, that ever victorious monarch observed this vow, which was known throughout the world, that as soon as he should hear of the arrival of Snataka Brahmanas at his place, should it be even at midnight, he would immediately, O Bharata, come out and grant them an audience. Beholding the strange attire of his guests, that best of kings wondered much. For all that, however, he waited on them respectfully. Those bulls among men, those slayers of all foes, on the other hand, O thou best of the Bharata race, beholding King Jarasandha, said, Let salvation be attained by thee, O king, without difficulty. And, O tiger among kings, having said this unto the monarch, they stood looking at each other. And, O king of kings, Jarasandha then said unto those sons of Pandu and him of the Yadu race, all disguised as Brahmanas, take your seats. And those bulls among men sat themselves down, and like the three priests of a great sacrifice blazed forth in their beauty. And King Jarasandha, O thou of the Kuru race, firmly devoted to truth, censuring the disguised guests, said unto them, It is well known to me that in the whole world Brahmanas in the observance of Snataka vow never deck their persons with garlands and fragrant paste unseasonably. Who are ye, therefore, thus decked with flowers, and with hands bearing the marks of the bowstring? Attired in colored robes, and decked unseasonably with flowers and paste, ye give me to understand that ye are Brahmanas, although ye bear Kshatriya energy. Tell me truly who ye are. Truth decks even kings. Breaking down the peak of the Chityaka hill, why have ye, in disguise, entered the city by an improper gate without fear of the royal wrath? The energy of a Brahmana dwelleth in his speech, not in act. This your feat is not suited to the order to which ye profess to belong. Tell us, therefore, the end ye have in view. Arrived here by such an improper way, why accept ye not the worship I offer? What is your motive for coming to me? Thus addressed by the king, the high-souled Krishna, well skilled in speech, thus replied unto the monarch in a calm and grave voice. Krishna said, O king, know us for Snataka Brahmanas. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas are all, O monarch, competent to observe the vow of Snataka. This vow, besides, hath many, especial and general rules. A Kshatriya observing this vow with especial rules always achieve prosperity. Therefore, have we decked ourselves with flowers. Kshatriyas again, O king, exhibit their energy by their arms and not in speech. It is, therefore, O son of Vrahajatha, that the speeches uttered by a Kshatriya are never audacious. O monarch, the Creator hath planted his own energy in the aim of the Kshatriya. If thou wishest to behold it, thou shalt certainly behold it today. These are the rules of the ordinance, viz., that an enemy's abode should be entered through a wrong gate and a friend's abode through the right one. And know, O monarch, that this also is our eternal vow, that having entered the foe's abode for the accomplishment of our purpose, we accept not the worship offered to us. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 22. Jarasandha said, I do not recollect if I ever acted injuriously towards ye. Even upon a careful mental scrutiny, I fail to see the injury I did unto ye. When I have never done ye an injury, why, ye Brahmanas, do ye regard me, who am innocent, as your foe? Oh, answer me truly, for this, indeed, is the rule followed by the honest. The mind is pained at the injury to one's pleasure and morality. That Kshatriya who injures an innocent man's sources of pleasure and morality, even if he be otherwise a great warrior and well-versed in all rules of morality, obtains, without any doubt, the fate of sinners hereafter, and falls off from prosperity. The practices of the Kshatriyas are the best of those that are honest in the three worlds. Indeed, those that are acquainted with morality applaud the Kshatriya practices. Adhering to those practices of my order with steady soul, I never injure those that are under me. In bringing this charge, therefore, against me, it appears that ye speak erroneously. Krishna said, O thou of mighty arms, there is a certain person of the head of a royal line who upholdeth the dignity of his race. At his command have we come against thee. Thou hast brought, O king, many of the Kshatriyas of the world as captives to thy city. Having perpetrated that wicked wrong, how dost thou regard thyself as innocent? O best of monarchs, how can a king act wrongfully towards other virtuous kings? But thou, O king, treating other kings with cruelty, seekest to offer them as sacrifice unto the god Rudra. O son of Vrahajatha, this sin committed by thee may touch even us, for as we are virtuous in our practices, we are capable of protecting virtue. The slaughter of human being as sacrifice unto the gods is never seen. Why dost thou, therefore, seek to perform a sacrifice unto God Sankara by slaughtering human beings? Thou art addressing persons belonging to thy own order as animals, fit for sacrifice. Fool as thou art, who else, O Jarasandha, is capable of behaving in this way? One always obtaineth the fruits of whatever acts one performeth under whatever circumstances. Therefore, desirous as we are of helping all distressed people, we have, for the prosperity of our race, come hither to slay thee, the slaughterer of our relatives. Thou thinkest that there is no man among the Kshatriyas equal to thee. This, O king, is a great error of judgment on thy part. What Kshatriya is there, O king, who endued with greatness of soul and recollecting the dignity of his own parentage, would not ascend to eternal heaven that hath not its like anywhere, falling in open fight? Know, O bull among men, that Kshatriyas engage themselves in battle, as persons installed in sacrifices, with heaven in view, and vanquish the whole world. Study of the Vedas, great fame, ascetic penances, and death in battle are all acts that lead to heaven. The attainment of heaven by the three other acts may be uncertain, but death in battle hath that for its certain consequence. Death in battle is the sure cause of triumph like Indra's. It is graced by numerous merits. It is for this reason that he of 100 sacrifices, Indra, hath become what he is, and by vanquishing the Asuras he ruleth the universe. Hostility with whom else than thee is so sure of leading to heaven, proud as thou art of the excessive strength of thy vast Magadha host? Don't disregard others, O king. Valor dwelleth in every man. O king of men, there are many men whose valor may be equal or superior to thine. As long as these are not known, so long only art thou noted for thy valor. Thy prowess, O king, can be borne by us. It is, therefore, that I say so. O king of Magadha, cast off thy superiority and pride in the presence of those that are thy equals. Go not, O king, with thy children and ministers and army, into the regions of Yama. Damvidhava, Kartavirya, Uttara, and Vrahadratha were kings that met with destruction, along with all their forces, for having disregarded their superiors. Desirous of liberating the captive monarchs from thee, know that we are certainly not Brahmanas. I am Hrishisha, otherwise called Sari, and these two heroes among men are the sons of Pandu. O king of Magadha, we challenge thee. Fight standing before us. Either set free all the monarchs, or go thou to the abode of Yama. Jarasandha said, I never make a captive of a king without first vanquishing him. Who hath been kept here that hath not been defeated in war? This, O Krishna, it hath been said, is the duty that should be followed by the Kshatriyas, viz., to bring others under sway by the exhibition of prowess and then to treat them as slaves. Having gathered these monarchs with the intention of offering them as sacrifices unto the god, how shall I, O Krishna, from fear liberate them today, when I recollect also the duty I have recited of a Kshatriya? With troops against troops arrayed in order of battle, or alone against one, or against two, or against three, at the same time or separately, I am ready to fight. Vaisampayana said, having spoken thus, and desiring to fight with those heroes of terrible achievements, King Jarasandha ordered his son, Sadeva, to be installed on the throne. Then, O bull of the Bharata race, the king, on the eve of battle, thought of his two generals Kausika and Chitrasena. These two, O king, were formerly called by everybody in the world of men by the respectful appellations of Hansa and Dimvaka. And, O monarch, that tiger among men, the Lord Sari, ever devoted to truth, the slayer of Madhu, the younger brother of Haladhara, the foremost of all persons having their senses under complete control, keeping in view the command of Brahma and remembering that the ruler of Magadha was destined to be slain in battle by Bhima and not by the descendant of Madhu, Yadavas, desired not to slay himself King Jarasandha, that foremost of all men endued with strength, that hero possessed of the prowess of a tiger, that warrior of terrible valor. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 23. Vaisampayana said, then that foremost of all speakers, Krishna of the Yadava race, addressing King Jarasandha, who was resolved upon fighting, said, O king, with whom amongst us three dost thou desire to fight? Who amongst us shall prepare himself for battle, with thee? Thus addressed, the ruler of Magadha, King Jarasandha of great splendor, expressed his desire for fighting with Bhima. The priest then, bringing with him the yellow pigment obtained from the cow and garlands of flowers and other auspicious articles, as also various excellent medicines for restoring lost consciousness and alleviating pain, approached Jarasandha, panting for battle. The king Jarasandha, on whose behalf propitiatory ceremonies with benedictions were performed by a renowned Brahmana, remembering the duty of a Kshatriya, dressed himself for battle. Taking off his crown and binding his hair properly, Jarasandha stood up like an ocean bursting its continents. Then the monarch, possessed of terrible prowess, addressing Bhima, said, "I will fight with thee. It is better to be vanquished by a superior person." And saying this, Jarasandha, that repressor of all foes endued, rushed with great energy at Bhimasena like the Asuravala or old who rushed at the chief of the Celestials. And the mighty Bhimasena, on whose behalf the gods had been invoked by Krishna, that cousin of his, having consulted with advanced towards Jarasandha, impelled by the desire of fight. Then those tigers among men, those heroes of great prowess, with their bare arms as their only weapons, cheerfully engaged themselves in the encounter, each desirous of vanquishing the other. And seizing each other's arms and twining each other's legs, at times, they slapped their armpits, causing the enclosure to tremble at the sound. And frequently seizing each other's necks with their hands and dragging and pushing it with violence, and each pressing every limb of his body against every limb of the other, they continued, O exalted one, to slap their armpits, at time. And sometimes stretching their arms, and sometimes drawing them close, and now raising them up, and now dropping them down, they began to seize each other. And striking neck against neck and forehead against forehead, they caused fiery sparks to come out like flashes of lightning. And grasping each other in various ways by means of their arms, and kicking each other with such violence as to affect the innermost nerves, they struck at each other's breasts with clenched fists. With bare arms as their only weapons, roaring like clouds, they grasped and struck each other like two mad elephants, encountering each other with their trunks. Incensed at each other's blow, they fought on, dragging and pushing each other and fiercely looking at each other like two wrathful lions. And each striking every limb of the other with his own, and using his arms also against the other, and catching hold of each other's waist, they hurled each other to a distance. Accomplished in wrestling, the two heroes, clasping each other with their arms, and each dragging the other unto himself, began to press each other with great violence. The heroes then performed those grandest of all feats in wrestling called Prishtabhanga, which consisted in throwing each other down with face towards the earth and maintaining the one knocked down in that position as long as possible. And employing his arms, each also performed the feats called Sampurnamurcha and Purnakumbha. At times they twisted each other's arms and other limbs as if these were vegetable fibers that were to be twisted into cords. And with clenched fists they struck each other at times, pretending to aim at particular limbs while the blows descended upon other parts of the body. It was thus that those heroes fought with each other. The citizens, consisting of thousands, of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras, and even women and the aged, O tiger among men, came out and gathered there to behold the fight. And the crowd became so great that it was one solid mass of humanity with no space between body and body. The sound the wrestlers made by the slapping of their arms, the seizing of each other's necks for bringing each other down, and the grasping of each other's legs for dashing each other to the ground, became so loud that it resembled the roar of thunder or of falling cliffs. Both of them were foremost of mighty men, and both took great delight in such encounter. Desirous of vanquishing the other, each was on the alert for taking advantage of the slightest lapse of the other. And, O monarch, the mighty Bhima and Jarasandha fought terribly on in those lists, driving the crowd at times by the motions of their hands like Vritra and Vasva of old. Thus two heroes, dragging each other forward and pressing each other backward, and with sudden jerks throwing each other face downward and sideways, mangled each other dreadfully. And at times they struck each other with their knee joints. And addressing each other loudly in stinging speeches, they struck each other with clenched fists, the blows descending like a mass of stone upon each other. With broad shoulders and long arms, and both well skilled in wrestling encounters, they struck each other with those long arms of theirs that were like maces of iron. That encounter of the heroes commenced on the first, lunar, day of the month of Kartik, October, and the illustrious heroes fought on without intermission and food, day and night, till the 13th lunar day. It was on the night of the 14th of the lunar fortnight that the monarch of Magadha desisted from fatigue. And O king, Janardana, beholding the monarch tired, addressed Bhima of terrible deeds, and as if to stimulate him said, O son of Kunti, a foe that is fatigued cannot be pressed, for if pressed at such a time, he may even die. Therefore, O son of Kunti, this king should not be oppressed by thee. On the other hand, O bull of the Bharata race, fight with him with thy arms, putting forth as much strength only as thy antagonist hath now left. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Pandu, thus addressed by Krishna, understood the plight of Jarasandha and forthwith resolved upon taking his life. And that foremost of all men endued with strength, that prince of the Kuru race, desirous of vanquishing the hitherto unvanquished Jarasandha, mustered all his strength and courage. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 24. Vyasa said, thus addressed, Bhima, firmly resolved upon slaying Jarasandha, replied unto Krishna of the Yadu race, saying, O tiger of the Yadu race, O Krishna, this wretch that yet stayeth before me with sufficient strength and bent upon fight, should not be forgiven by me. Hearing these words of Vrikodara, Bhima, that tiger among men, Krishna, desiring to encourage that hero to accomplish the death of Jarasandha without any delay, answered, O Bhima, exhibit today upon Jarasandha the strength thou hast luckily derived, the might thou hast obtained from thy father, the god Maryuddha. Thus addressed by Krishna, Bhima, that slayer of foes, holding up in the air the powerful Jarasandha, began to whirl him on high. And, O bull of the Bharata race, having so whirled him in the air full 100 times, Bhima pressed his knee against Jarasandha's backbone and broke his body in twain. And having killed him thus, the mighty Vrikodara uttered a terrible roar. And the roar of the Pandava mingling with that death knell of Jarasandha, while he was being broken on Bhima's knee, caused a loud uproar that struck fear into the heart of every creature. And all the citizens of Magadha became dumb with terror, and many women were even prematurely delivered. And hearing those roars, the people of Magadha thought that either the Himavat was tumbling down or the earth itself was being rent asunder. And those oppressors of all foes then, leaving the lifeless body of the king at the palace gate where he lay as one asleep, went out of the town. And Krishna, causing Jarasandha's car furnished with an excellent flagstaff to be made ready, and making the brothers, Bhima and Arjuna, ride in it, went in and released his imprisoned relatives. And those kings rescued from terrible fate, rich in the possession of jewels, approaching Krishna made presents unto him of jewels and gems. And having vanquished his foe, Krishna, furnished with weapons and unwounded and accompanied by the kings he had released, came out of Jarivrija riding in that celestial car of Jarasandha. And he also who could wield the bow with both hands, Arjuna, who was incapable of being vanquished by any of the monarchs on earth, who was exceedingly handsome in person and well skilled in the destruction of the foe, accompanied by the possessor of great strength, Bhima, came out of that tort with Krishna driving the car whereon he rode. And that best of cars, and capable of being vanquished by any king, ridden in by those warriors Bhima and Arjuna, and driven by Krishna, looked exceedingly handsome. Indeed, it was upon that car that Indra and Vishnu had fought of old in the battle with the Asuras, in which Tarka, the wife of Vrihaspati, had become the immediate cause of much slaughter. And riding upon that car Krishna now came out of the hill fort, possessed of the splendor of heated gold, and decked with rows of jingling bells, and furnished with wheels whose clatter was like the roar of clouds, and ever victorious in battle, and always slaughtering the foe against whom it was driven. It was that very car riding upon which Indra had slain 99 Asuras of old. And those bulls among men, the three cousins, having obtained that car, became exceedingly glad. The people of Magadha, behold the long-armed Krishna along with the two brothers, seated in that car of Jarasandha, wondered much. O Bharata, that car, whereunto were yoked celestial horses, and which possessed the speed of the wind, thus ridden upon by Krishna, looked exceedingly beautiful. And upon that best of cars was a flagstaff without being visibly attached thereto, and which was the product of celestial skill. And the handsome flagstaff, possessed of the splendor of the rainbow, could be seen from the distance of a yojana. And Krishna, while coming out, thought of Garuda. And Garuda, thought of by his master, came thither in no time, like a tree of vast proportions standing in a village worshipped by all. Garuda, of immense weight of body and living upon snakes, sat upon that excellent car, along with the numberless open-mouthed and frightfully roaring creatures on its flagstaff. And thereupon that best of cars became still more dazzling with its splendor, and was as incapable of being looked at by created being as the midday sun surrounded by 1,000 rays. And, O king, such was that best of flagstaffs of celestial make that it never struck against any tree, nor could any weapon injure it at all, even though visible to men's eyes. And Achyuta, that tiger among men, riding with the 2 sons of Pandu upon that celestial car, the clatter of whose wheels was like the roar of the clouds, came out of Jarivrija. The car upon which Krishna rode had been obtained by King Vasu from Vasva, and from Vasu by Vrihadratha, and from the latter in due course by King Jarasandha. And he, of long arms and eyes like lotus petals, and possessed of illustrious reputation, coming out of Jarivrija, stopped, for some time, on a level plain outside the town. And, O king, all the citizens then, with the Brahmanas at their head, hastened thither to adore him with due religious rites. And the kings who had been released from confinement worshipped the slayer of Madhu with reverence, and addressing him with eulogies said, O thou of long arms, thou hast today rescued us, sunk in the deep mire of sorrow in the hand of Jarasandha. Such an act of virtue by thee, O son of Devki, assisted by the might of Bhima and Arjuna, is most extraordinary. O Vishnu, languishing as we all were in the terrible hill fort of Jarasandha, it was verily from sheer good fortune alone that thou hast rescued us, O son of the Ida race, and achieved thereby a remarkable reputation. O tiger among men, we bow down to thee. O, command us what we shall do. However difficult of accomplishment, thy command being made known to us, O Lord, Krishna, it will at once be accomplished by us. Thus addressed by the monarchs, the high-souled Rishikesa gave them every assurance and said, Yudhishthira is desirous of performing the sacrifice of Rajasuya. That monarch, ever guided by virtue, is solicitous of acquiring the imperial dignity. Having known this from me, assist ye him in his endeavors. Then, O king, all those monarchs with joyous hearts accepted the words of Krishna, saying, So be it. And saying this, those lords of earth made presents of jewels unto him of the Dasara race. And Govinda, moved by kindness towards them, took a portion of those presents. Then the son of Jarasandha, the high-souled Sadeva, accompanied by his relatives and the principal officers of state, and with his priest in front, came thither. And the prince, bending himself low and making large presents of jewels and precious stones, worshipped Vasudeva, that god among men. Then that best of men, Krishna, giving every assurance unto the prince afflicted with fear, accepted those presents of his of great value. And Krishna joyfully installed the prince there and then in the sovereignty of Magadha. And the strong-armed and illustrious son of Jarasandha, thus installed on the throne by those most exalted of men, and having obtained the friendship of Krishna and treated with respect and kindness by the 2 sons of Pritha, re-entered the city of his father. And that bull amongst men, Krishna, accompanied by the sons of Pritha and graced with great good fortune, left the city of Magadha, laden with numerous jewels. Accompanied by the 2 sons of Pandu, Achyuta, Krishna, arrived at Indraprastha, and approaching Yudhishthira joyfully addressing that monarch said, O best of kings, from good fortune, the mighty Jarasandha hath been slain by Bhima, and the kings confined, at Jarivrija, have been all set free. From good fortune also, these 2, Bhima and Dhananjaya, are well and arrived, O Bharata, at their own city unwounded. Then Yudhishthira worshipped Krishna as he deserved and embraced Bhima and Arjuna in joy. And the monarch who had no enemy, having obtained victory through the agency of his brothers in consequence of the death of Jarasandha, gave himself up to pleasure and merriment with all his brothers. And the oldest son of Pandu, Yudhishthira, together with his brothers, approached the kings who had come to Indraprastha, and entertaining and worshipping them, each according to his age, dismissed them all. Commanded by Yudhishthira, those kings with joyful hearts set out for their respective countries without loss of time, riding upon excellent vehicles. Thus, O king, did that tiger among men, Janardana of great intelligence, caused his foe Jarasandha to be slain through the instrumentality of the Pandavas. And, O Bharata, that chastiser of all foes, having thus caused Jarasandha to be slain, took leave of Yudhishthira and Pritha, and Draupadi and Subhadra, and Bhimasena and Arjuna, and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva. After taking leave of Dhananjaya also, he set out for his own city, of Dvarka, riding upon that best of cars of celestial make, possessed of the speed of the mind, and given unto him by Yudhishthira, filling the 10 points of the horizon with the deep rattle of its wheels. And, O bull of the Bharata race, just as Krishna was on the point of setting out, the Pandavas with Yudhishthira at their head walked round that tiger among men who was never fatigued with exertion. And after the illustrious Krishna, the son of Devki, had departed from Indraprastha, having acquired that great victory and having also dispelled the fears of the kings, that feat, O Bharata, swelled the fame of the Pandavas. And, O king, the Pandavas passed their days, continuing to gladden the heart of Draupadi. And at that time, whatever was proper and consistent with virtue, pleasure, and profit, continued to be properly executed by King Yudhishthira in the exercise of his duties of protecting his subjects. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 25. Digvijaya Parva. Vaisampayana said, Arjuna, having obtained that best of bows and that couple of inexhaustible quivers and that car and flagstaff, as also that assembly house, addressing Yudhishthira said, bow, weapons, great energy, allies, territory, fame, army, those, O king, difficult of acquisition however desirable, have all been obtained by me. I think, therefore, that what should now be done is for the swelling up of our treasury. I desire, O best of monarchs, to make the kings of the earth pay tributes to us. I desire to set out, in an auspicious moment of a holy day of the moon under a favorable constellation for the conquest of the direction that is presided over by the Lord of Treasures, viz. the north. Vaisampayana continued, King Yudhishthira the Just, hearing these words of Dhananjaya, replied unto him in a grave and collected tone, saying, O bull of the Bharata race, set thou out, having made holy Brahmanas utter benedictions on thee, to plunge thy enemies in sorrow and to fill thy friend with joy. Victory, O son of Pritha, will surely be thine, and thou wilt surely obtain thy desires fulfilled. Thus addressed, Arjuna, surrounded by a large host, set out in that celestial car of wonderful achievements he had obtained from Agni. And Bhimasena also, and those bull among men, the twins, dismissed with affection by Yudhishthira, the Just set out, each at the head of a large army. And Arjuna, the son of the chastiser of Paka, then brought under subjugation that direction, the north, which was presided over by the Lord of Treasures. And Bhimasena overcome by force the east, and Sahadeva the south, and Nakula, O king, acquainted with all the weapons, conquered the west. Thus while his brothers were so employed, the exalted King Yudhishthira the Just stayed within Kandavaprastha in the enjoyment of great affluence in the midst of friends and relatives. Bhagadatta, hearing this, said, O thou who hast Kunto for thy mother, as thou art to me, so is Yudhishthira also. I shall do all this. Tell me, what else I may do for thee. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 26. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, Dhananjaya replied unto Bhagadatta, saying, If thou wilt give thy promise to do this, thou hast done all I desire. And having thus subjugated the king of Pragyatisha, Dhananjaya of long arms, the son of Kunti, then marched towards the north, the direction presided over by the Lord of Treasures. That bull amongst men, that son of Kunti, then conquered the mountainous tracts and their outskirts, as also the hilly regions. And having conquered all the mountains and the kings that reigned there, and bringing them under his sway, he exacted tributes from all. And winning the affections of those kings and uniting himself with them, he next marched, O king, against Vrihanta, the king of Uluka, making this earth tremble with the sound of his drums, the clatter of his chariot wheels, and the roar of the elephants in his train. Vrihanta, however, quickly coming out of his city followed by his army consisting of 4 kinds of troops, gave battle to Falguna, Arjuna. And the fight that took place between Vrihanta and Dhananjaya was terrible. It so happened that Vrihanta was unable to bear the prowess of the son of Pandu. Then that invincible king of the mountainous region, regarding the son of Kunti irresistible, approached him with all his wealth. Arjuna snatched out the kingdom from Vrihanta, but having made peace with him marched, accompanied by that king, against Sinavindu, whom he soon expelled from his kingdom. After this he subjugated Madhapura, Vamadeva, Sudaman, Susankula, the northern Ulukas, and the kings of those countries and peoples. Hereafter, at the command of Yudhishthira, O monarch, Arjuna did not move from the city of Sinavindu, but sent his troops only and brought under his sway those 5 countries and peoples. For Arjuna, having arrived at Devaprastha, the city of Sinavindu, took up his quarters there with his army consisting of 4 kinds of forces. Thence, surrounded by the kings and the peoples he had subjugated, the hero marched against King Viswagaswa, that bull of Puru's race. Having vanquished in battle the brave mountaineers, who were all great warriors, the son of Pandu, O king, then occupied, with the help of his troops, the town protected by the Puru king. Having vanquished in battle the Puru king, as also the robber tribes of the mountains, the son of Pandu brought under his sway the 7 tribes called Utsavasankit. That bull of the Kshatriya race then defeated the brave Kshatriyas of Kashmira and also King Lohita, along with 10 minor chiefs. Then the Trigartas, the Dauravas, the Kakanadas, and various other Kshatriyas, O king, advanced against the son of Pandu. That prince of the Kuru race then took the delightful town of Avisari, and then brought under his sway Roshamana, ruling in Uraga. Then the son of Indra, Arjuna, putting forth his might, pressed the delightful town of Singapura, that was well protected with various weapons. Then Arjuna, that bull amongst the son of Pandu, at the head of all his troops, fiercely attacked the regions called Sama and Samala. Then the son of Indra, endued with great prowess, after pressing them with great force, brought the Valhikas, always difficult of being vanquished, under his sway. Then Falguna, the son of Pandu, taking with him a select force, defeated the Daradas along with the Kambojas. Then the exalted son of Indra vanquished the robber tribes that dwelt in the northeastern frontier, and those also that dwelt in the woods. And, O great king, the son of Indra also subjugated the allied tribes of the Lohas, the eastern Kambojas, and northern Rishikas. And the battle with the Rishikas was fierce in the extreme. Indeed, the fight that took place between them and the son of Pritha was equal to that between the gods and the Asuras, in which Tarka, the wife of Vrihaspati, had become the cause of so much slaughter. And defeating, O king, the Rishikas in the field of battle, Arjuna took from them as tribute 8 horses that were of the color of the parrot's breast, as also other horses of the hues of the peacock, born in northern and other climes, and endued with high speed. At last, having conquered all the Himalayas and the Nishkuta mountains, that bull among men, arriving at the White Mountains, encamped on its breast. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 27. Vaisampayana said that heroic and foremost of the Pandavas, endued with great energy, crossing the White Mountains, subjugated the country of the Lempurushas ruled by Dharmaputra, after a collision involving a great slaughter of Kshatriyas, and brought the region under his complete sway. Having reduced that country, the son of Indra, Arjuna, with a collected mind marched at the head of his troops to the country called Harataka, ruled by the Guhakas. Subjugating them by a policy of conciliation, the Kuru prince beheld, in that region, that excellent of lakes called Manasa and various other lakes and tanks sacred to the rishis. And the exalted prince, having arrived at the lake Manasa, conquered the regions ruled by the Ganders that lay around the Harataka territories. Here the conqueror took, as tribute from the country, numerous excellent horses called Tatiri, Kalmasha, Manduka. At last the son of the slayer of Paka, arriving in the country of North Haravarsha, desired to conquer it. Thereupon certain frontier guards of huge bodies and endued with great strength and energy, coming to him with gallant hearts, said, O son of Pritha, this country can be never conquered by thee. If thou seekest thy good, return hence. He that entereth this region, if human, is sure to perish. We have been gratified with thee, O hero, thy conquests have been enough. Nor is anything to be seen here, O Arjuna, that may be conquered by thee. The northern Kurus live here. There cannot be war here. Even if thou enterest it, thou wilt not be able to behold anything, for with human eyes nothing can be seen here. If, however, thou seekest anything else, O Bharata, tell us, O tiger among men, so that we may do thy bidding. Thus addressed by them, Arjuna, smilingly addressing them, said, I desire the acquisition of the imperial dignity by Yudhishthira the Just, of great intelligence. If your land is shut against human beings, I shall not enter it. Let something be paid unto Yudhishthira by ye as tribute. Hearing these words of Arjuna, they gave him as tribute many cloths and ornaments of celestial make, silks of celestial texture, and skins of celestial origin. It was thus that Tiger among men subjugated the countries that lay to the north, having fought numberless battles with both Kshatriya and robber tribes. And having vanquished the chiefs and brought them under his sway, he exacted from them much wealth, various gems and jewels, the horses of the species called Tatiri and Kalmasha, as also those of the color of the parrot's wings, and those that were like the peacock's in hue, and all endued with the speed of the wind. And surrounded, O king, by a large army consisting of the 4 kinds of forces, the hero came back to the excellent city of Sakraprastha. And Partha offered the whole of that wealth, together with the animals he had brought, unto Yudhishthira the Just. And commanded by the monarch, the hero retired to a chamber of the palace for rest. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 28. Vyasa said, in the meantime, Bhimasena, also endued with great energy, having obtained the assent of Yudhishthira the Just, marched towards the eastern direction. And the tiger among the Bharatas, possessed of great valor and ever increasing the sorrows of his foes, was accompanied by a mighty host with the full complement of elephants and horses and cars, well armed and capable of crushing all hostile kingdoms. That tiger among men, the son of Pandu, going first into the great country of the Panchalas, began by various means to conciliate that tribe. Then that hero, that bull of the Bharata race, within a short time, vanquished the Gandakas and the Videhas. That exalted one then subjugated the Dasarnas. There in the country of the Dasarnas, the king called Sudharman with his bare arms fought a fierce battle with Bhimasena. And Bhimasena, beholding that feat of the illustrious king, appointed the mighty Sudharman as the first in command of his forces. Then Bhima of terrible prowess marched towards the east, causing the earth itself to tremble with the tread of the mighty host that followed him. Then that hero who in strength was the foremost of all strong men defeated in battle Roshamana, the king of Aswamedha, at the head of all his troops. And the son of Kunti, having vanquished that monarch by performing feats that excelled in fierceness, subjugated the eastern region. Then that prince of the Kuru race, endued with great prowess, going into the country of Palinda in the south, brought Sukumara and the king Sumitra under his sway. Then, O Janamejaya, that bull in the Bharata race, at the command of Yudhishthira the Just, marched against Sisupala of great energy. The king of Chedi, hearing of the intentions of the son of Pandu, came out of his city. And that chastiser of all foes then received the son of Pritha with respect. Then, O king, those bulls of the Chedi and the Kuru lines, thus met together, inquired after each other's welfare. Then, O monarch, the king of Chedi offered his kingdom unto Bhima, and said smilingly, O sinless one, upon what art thou bent? And Bhima thereupon represented unto him the intentions of King Yudhishthira. And Bhima dwelt there, O king, for 30 nights, duly entertained by Sisupala. And after this he set out from Chedi with his troops and vehicles. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 29. Vyasa said, that chastiser of all foes then vanquished King Srinamat of the country of Kamara, and then Vrihadvala, the king of Kosala. Then the foremost of the sons of Pandu, by performing feats excelling in fierceness, defeated the virtuous and mighty king Durgayana of Ayodhya. And the exalted one then subjugated the country of Gopalakaksha and the northern Kosalas, and also the king of Malas. And the mighty one, arriving then in the moist region at the foot of the Himalayas, soon brought the whole country under his sway. And that bull of Bharata race brought under control in this way diverse countries. And endued with great energy and in strength the foremost of all strong men, the son of Pandu next conquered the country of Balada, as also the mountain of Suktamanta that was by the side of Balada. Then Bhima of terrible prowess and long arms, vanquishing in battle the unretreating Suvahu the king of Kasi, brought him under complete sway. Then that bull among the sons of Pandu overcame in battle, by sheer force, the great king Krotha reigning in the region lying about Saparsa. Then the hero of great energy vanquished the Matsya and the powerful Maladas and the country called Pasabhumi that was without fear or oppression of any kind. And the long-armed hero then, coming from that land, conquered Matahara, Mahadara, and the Somadhyas, and turned his steps towards the north. And the mighty son of Kunti then subjugated, by sheer force, the country called Vatsabhumi, and the king of the Bhargas, as also the ruler of the Nishadas and Manamat and numerous other kings. Then Bhima, with scarcely any degree of exertion and very soon, vanquished the southern Malas and the Bhagawanta mountains. And the hero next vanquished, by policy alone, the Sarmakas and the Varmakas. And that tiger among men then defeated with comparative ease that lord of earth, Janaka the king of the Videhas. And the hero then subjugated strategically the Sakas and the barbarians living in that part of the country. And the son of Pandu, sending forth expeditions from Videha, conquered the 7 kings of the Kiratas living about the Indra mountain. The mighty hero then, endued with abundant energy, vanquished in battle the Submas and the Prasumas. And winning them over to his side, the son of Kunti, possessed of great strength, marched against Magadha. On his way he subjugated the monarchs known by the names of Danda and Dandatara, and accompanied by those monarchs, the son of Pandu marched against Jarivrija. After bringing the son of Jarasandha under his sway by conciliation and making him pay tribute, the hero then accompanied by the monarchs he had vanquished, marched against Kansa. And making the earth tremble by means of his troops consisting of the 4 kinds of forces, the foremost of the Pandavas then encountered Karna, that slayer of foes. And, O Bharata, having subjugated Karna and brought him under his sway, the mighty hero then vanquished the powerful king of the mountainous regions. And the son of Pandu then slew in a fierce encounter, by the strength of his arms, the mighty king who dwelt in Madajiri. And the Pandava then, O king, subjugated in battle those strong and brave heroes of fierce prowess, viz., the heroic and mighty Vasudeva, the king of Pundra and King Mahauja who reigned in Kausakakaksha, and then attacked the king of Vanga. And having vanquished Samudrasena and King Chandrasena and Tamralipta, and also the king of the Karvatas and the ruler of the Sumas, as also the kings that dwelt on the seashore, that bull among the Bharatas then conquered all Mlechka tribes. The mighty son of the wind god having thus conquered various countries, and exacting tributes from them all advanced towards Lovidi. And the son of Pandu then made all the Mlechka kings dwelling in the marshy regions on the sea-coast pay tributes and various kinds of wealth, and sandalwood and aloes, and clothes and gems, and pearls and blankets and gold and silver and valuable corals. The Mlechka kings showered upon the illustrious son of Kunti a thick downpour of wealth consisting of coins and gems counted by hundreds of millions. Then returning to Indraprastha, Bhima of terrible prowess offered the whole of that wealth unto King Yudhishthira the Just. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 30. Vaisampayana said, Thus also Sadeva, dismissed with affection by King Yudhishthira the Just, marched towards the southern direction accompanied by a mighty host. Strong in strength, that mighty prince of the Kuru race, vanquishing completely at the outset the Surasenas, brought the king of Matsya under his sway. And the hero then, defeating Dantavakra, the mighty king of the Adhirajas, and making him pay tribute, re-established him on his throne. The prince then brought under his sway Sukumara and then King Sumitra, and he next vanquished the other Matsyas and then the Patatras. Endued with great intelligence, the Kuru warrior then conquered soon enough the country of the Nishadas and also the high hill called Gosringa, and that lord of earth called Srinamat. And subjugating next the country called Navarastra, the hero marched against Kuntabhoja, who with great willingness accepted the sway of the conquering hero. And marching thence to the banks of the Charmanwadi, the Kuru warrior met the son of King Jamaka, who had, on account of old hostilities, been defeated before by Vasudeva. O Bharata, the son of Jamaka gave battle to Sadeva. And Sadeva defeating the prince marched towards the south. The mighty warrior then vanquished the Sikas and others, and exacted tributes from them and also various kinds of gems and wealth. Allying himself with the vanquished tribes, the prince then marched towards the countries that lay on the banks of the Narmada. And defeating there in battle the 2 heroic kings of Avanti, called Vinda and Anyavinda, supported by a mighty host, the mighty son of the twin gods exacted much wealth from them. After this the hero marched towards the town of Bojakata, And there, O king of unfading glory, a fierce encounter took place between him and the king of that city for 2 whole days. But the son of Madri, vanquishing the invincible Bismika, then defeated in battle the king of Kosala and the ruler of the territories lying on the banks of the Venua, as also the Kantarakas and the kings of the eastern Kosalas. The hero then defeating both the Natakiyas and the Haramvaks in battle, and subjugating the country of Marutha, reduced Manjagrama by sheer strength. And the son of Pandu then vanquished the mighty monarchs of the Nachinas and the Arvukas and the various forest king of that part of the country. Endued with great strength, the hero then reduced to subjection King Vadadhipa. And defeating in battle the Palindas, the hero then marched southward. And the younger brother of Nakula then fought for 1 whole day with the king of Pandria. The long-armed hero, having vanquished that monarch, marched further to the south. And then he beheld the celebrated caves of Kishkindia, and in that region fought for 7 days with the monkey kings Minda and Dvivida. Those illustrious kings, however, without being tired in the encounter, were gratified with Sadeva. And joyfully addressing the Kuru prince, they said, O tiger among the sons of Pandu, go hence, taking with the tribute from us all. Let the mission of the king Yudhishthira, the just possessed of great intelligence, be accomplished without hindrance. And taking jewels and gems from them all, the hero marched towards the city of Mahishmati, and there that bull of men did battle with King Nila. The battle that took place between King Nila and the mighty Sadeva, the son of Pandu, that slayer of hostile heroes, was fierce and terrible. And the encounter was an exceedingly bloody one, and the life of the hero himself was exposed to great risk, for the god Agni himself assisted King Nila in that fight. Then the cars, heroes, elephants, and the soldiers in their coats of mail of Sadeva's army all appeared to be on fire. And beholding this, the prince of the Kuru race became exceedingly anxious. And, O Janamejaya, at sight of this the hero could not resolve upon what he should do. Janamejaya said, O regenerate one, why was it that the god Agni had become hostile in battle unto Sadeva, who was fighting simply for the accomplishment of a sacrifice, and therefore for the gratification of Agni himself? Vaisampayana said, It is said, O Janamejaya, that the god Agni, while residing in Mahishmati, earned the reputation of a lover. King Nila had a daughter who was exceedingly beautiful. She used always to stay near the sacred fire of her father, causing it to blaze up with vigor. And it so happened that King Nila's fire, even if fanned, would not blaze up till agitated by the gentle breath of that girl's fair lips. And it was said in King Nila's palace and in the house of all his subjects that the god Agni desired that beautiful girl for his bride. And it so happened that he was accepted by the girl herself. One day the deity, assuming the form of a Brahmana, was happily enjoying the society of the fair one when he was discovered by the king. And the virtuous king thereupon ordered the Brahmana to be punished according to law. At this the illustrious deity flamed up in wrath. And beholding this, the king wondered much and bent his head low on the ground. And after some time the king, bowing low, bestowed the daughter of his upon the god Agni, disguised as a Brahmana. And the god Vibhabesu, Agni, accepting that fair-browed daughter of King Nila, became gracious unto that monarch. And Agni, the illustrious gratifier of all desires, also asked the monarch to beg a boon of him. And the king begged that his troops might never be struck with panic while engaged in battle. And from that time, O king, those monarchs who from ignorance of this desire to subjugate King Nila's city are consumed by Hudasana, Agni. And from that time, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, the girls of the city of Mahishmati became rather unacceptable to others as wives. And Agni by his boon granted them sexual liberty, so that the women of that town always roam about at will, each unbound to a particular husband. And, O bull of the Bharata race, from that time the monarchs of other countries forsake this city for fear of Agni. And the virtuous Sadeva, beholding his troops afflicted with fear and surrounded by flames of fire, himself stood there immovable as a mountain. And purifying himself and touching water, the hero, Sadeva, then addressed Agni, the god that sanctifieth everything, in these words. I bow unto thee, O thou whose track is always marked with smoke. These my exertions are all for thee. O thou sanctifier of all, thou art the mouth of the gods, and thou art sacrifice personified. Thou art called Pavaka because thou sanctifiest everything, and thou art heavy of Varana, because thou carriest the clarified butter that is poured on thee. The Veda have sprung for ministering unto thee, and, therefore, thou art called Jataveda. Chief of the gods as thou art called Chitrabhanu, Anala, Vibhavasu, Hudasana, Jvalana, Siki, Vaiswanara, Pinjisa, Plavanga, Burateja. Thou art he from whom Kamara, Kartikeya, had his origin, thou art holy, thou art called Rudragarva and Hiranyakrit. Let thee, O Agni, grant me energy, let Vayu grant me life, let earth grant me nourishment and strength, and let water grant me prosperity. O Agni, thou who art the first cause of the waters, thou who art of great purity, thou for ministering unto whom the Vedas have sprung, thou who art the foremost of the deities, thou who art their mouth, O purify me by thy truth. Rishis and Brahmanas, deities and Asuras pour clarified butter every day, according to the ordinance into thee during sacrifices. Let the rays of truth emanating from thee, while thou exhibitest thyself in those sacrifices, purify me. Smoke-bannered as thou art and possessed of flames, thou great purifier from all sins born of Vayu and ever-present as thou art in all creatures, O purify me by the rays of thy truth. Having cleansed myself thus cheerfully, O exalted one, do I pray unto thee. O Agni, grant me now contentment and prosperity, and knowledge and gladness. Vaisampayana continued, he that will pour clarified butter into Agni reciting these mantras will ever be blessed with prosperity, and having his soul under complete control will also be cleansed from all his sins. Sadeva, addressing Agni again, said, O carrier of the sacrificial libations, it behoveth thee not to obstruct a sacrifice. Having said this, that tiger among men, the son of Madri, spreading some kusa grass on earth, sat down in expectation of the approaching fire and in front of those terrified and anxious troops of his. And Agni, too, like the ocean that never transgresseth its continents, did not pass over his head. On the other hand, approaching Sadeva quietly and addressing that prince of the Kuru race, Agni, the god of men, gave him every assurance and said, O thou of the Kuru race, rise up from this posture. O rise up, I was only trying thee. I know all thy purpose, as also those of the son of Dharma, Yudhishthir. But, O best of the Bharata race, as long as there is a descendant of King Nila's line, so long should this town be protected by me. I will, however, O son of Pandu, gratify the desires of thy heart. And at these words of Agni, O bull of the Bharata race, the son of Madri rose up with a cheerful heart, and joining his hands and bending his head worshipped the god of fire, sanctifier of all beings. And at last, after Agni had disappeared, King Nila came there, and at the command of that deity, worshipped with due right Sadeva, that tiger among men, that master of battle. And Sadeva accepted that worship and made him pay tribute. And having brought King Nila under his sway thus, the victorious son of Madri then went further towards the south. The long-armed hero then brought the king of Tripura of immeasurable energy under his sway. And next, turning his forces against the Paurava kingdom, he vanquished and reduced to subjection the monarch thereof. And the prince, after this, with great efforts brought Akriti, the king of Saurashtra and preceptor of the Kausikas, under his sway. The virtuous prince, while staying in the kingdom of Saurashtra, sent an ambassador unto King Rukman of Bhishmaka within the territories of Bojakata, who, rich in possessions and intelligence, was the friend of Indra himself. And the monarch, along with his son, remembering their relationship with Krishna, cheerfully accepted, O king, the sway of the son of Pandu. And the master of battle then, having exacted jewels and wealth from King Rukman, marched further to the south. And, endued with great energy and great strength, the hero then, reduced to subjection, Surparaka and Talakata, and the Dandakas also. The Kuru warrior then vanquished and brought under his subjection numberless kings of the Mlechka tribe living on the sea coast, and the Nishadas and the cannibals, and even the Karnapravarnas, and those tribes also called the Kalamukas, who were a cross between human beings and Rakshasas, and the whole of the Coal Mountains, and also Surabhapatna, and the island called the Copper Island, and the mountain called Ramaka. The high-souled warrior, having brought under subjection King Timingala, conquered a wild tribe known by the name of the Karakas, who were men with one leg. The son of Pandu also conquered the town of Sanjayantai and the country of the Pashandas and the Karahatakas by means of his messengers alone, and made all of them pay tributes to him. The hero brought under his subjection and exacted tributes from the Pandrayas and the Dravidas, along with the Udrakaralas and the Andhras and the Talavanas, the Kalingas and the Ustrakarnakas, and also the delightful city of Adavi and that of the Yavnas. And, O King of Kings, that slayer of all foes, the virtuous and intelligent son of Madri, having arrived at the seashore, then dispatched with great assurance messengers unto the illustrious Vibhishana, the grandson of Pulasatya. And the monarch willingly accepted the sway of the son of Pandu, for that intelligent and exalted king regarded it all as the act of time. And he sent unto the son of Pandu divers kinds of jewels and gems, and sandal, and also wood, and many celestial ornaments, and much costly apparel, and many valuable pearls. And the intelligent Sadeva, accepting them all, returned to his own kingdom. Thus it was, O king, that slayer of all foes, having vanquished by conciliation and war numerous kings, and having also made them pay tribute, came back to his own city. The bull of the Bharata race, having presented the whole of that wealth unto King Yudhishthir, the just regarded himself, O Janamejaya, as crowned with success and continued to live happily. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 31. Vaisampayana said, I shall now recite to you the deeds and triumphs of Nakula, and how that exalted one conquered the direction that had once been subjugated by Vasudeva. The intelligent Nakula, surrounded by a large host, set out from Kandavaprastha for the west, making this earth tremble with the shouts and the leonine roars of the warriors and the deep rattle of chariot wheels. And the hero first assailed the mountainous country called Rohitaka that was dear unto the celestial generalissimo, Kartikeya, in which was delightful and prosperous and full of kine and every kind of wealth and produce. And the encounter the son of Pandu had with the Madamurikas of that country was fierce. And the illustrious Nakula after this subjugated the whole of the desert country and the region known as Sarashaka full of plenty, as also that other one called Maheta. And the hero had a fierce encounter with the royal sage Akrosa. And the son of Pandu left that part of the country, having subjugated the Dasarnas, the Sivas, the Trigartas, the Amvashtas, the Malavas, the 5 tribes of the Karnatas, and those twice-born classes that were called the Madhyamakiyas and Vadadhanas. And making circuitous journey that bull among men, then conquered the Mlechka tribes called the Utsavasankits. And the illustrious hero soon brought under subjection the mighty Gramaniya that dwelt on the shore of the sea, and the Sudras and the Abhiras that dwelt on the banks of the Sarasvati, and all those tribes that lived upon fisheries, and those also that dwelt on the mountains, and the whole of the country called after the 5 rivers, and the mountains called Amara, and the country called Uttarayatasha, and the city of Divyakutta, and the tribe called Dwarapala. And the son of Pandu, by sheer force, reduced to subjection the Ramathas, the Harahonas, and various kings of the west. And while staying there Nakula sent, O Bharata, messengers unto Vasudeva. And Vasudeva with all the Yadavas accepted his sway. And the mighty hero, proceeding thence to Sakala, the city of the Madras, made his uncle Salya accept from affection the sway of the Pandavas. And, O monarch, the illustrious prince, deserving the hospitality and entertainment at his uncle's hands, was well entertained by his uncle. And skilled in war, the prince, taking from Salya a large quantity of jewels and gems, left his kingdom. And the son of Pandu then reduced to subjection the fierce Mlechas residing on the sea coast, as also the wild tribes of the Pulhavas, the Karatas, the Yavnas, and the Sakas. And having subjugated various monarchs, and making all of them pay tributes, Nakula, that foremost of the Kurus, full of resources, retraced his way towards his own city. And, O king, so great was the treasure which Nakula brought that 10,000 camels could carry it with difficulty on their backs. And arriving at Indraprastha, the heroic and fortunate son of Madri presented the whole of that wealth unto Yudhishthira. Thus, O king, did Nakula subjugate the countries that lay to the west, the direction that is presided over by the god Varana, and that had once before been subjugated by Vasudeva himself. Rajasuyaka Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 32. Vyasa said, in consequence of the protection afforded by Yudhishthira the just, and of the truth which he ever cherished in his behavior, as also of the check under which he kept all foes, the subjects of that virtuous monarch were all engaged in their respective avocations. And by reason of the equitable taxation and the virtuous rule of the monarch, clouds in his kingdom poured as much rain as the people desired, and the cities and the town became highly prosperous. Indeed, as a consequence of the monarch's acts, every affair of the kingdom, especially cattle bleeding, agriculture, and trade, prospered highly. O king, during those days even robbers and cheats never spoke lies amongst themselves, nor they that were the favorites of the monarch. There were no droughts and floods and plagues and fires and premature deaths in those days of Yudhishthira devoted to virtue. And it was only for doing agreeable services, or for worshipping, or for offering tributes that would not impoverish, that other kings used to approach Yudhishthira, and not for hostility or battle. The large treasure room of the king became so much filled with hoards of wealth virtuously obtained that it could not be emptied even in 100 years. And the son of Kunti, ascertaining the state of his treasury and the extent of his possessions, fixed his heart upon the celebration of a sacrifice. His friends and officers, each separately and all together, approaching him said, "The time hath come, O exalted one, for thy sacrifice. Let arrangements, therefore, be made without loss of time." While they were thus talking, Hari, Krishna, that omniscient and ancient one, that soul of the Vedas, that invincible one as described by those that have knowledge, that foremost of all lasting existences in the universe, that origin of all things, as also that in which all things come to be dissolved, that Lord of the past, the future, and the present Kesva the slayer of Kesai, and the bulwark of all Vrishnis and the dispeller of all fear in times of distress and the smiter of all foes. Having appointed Vasudeva to the command of the Yadava army, and bringing with him for the king Yudhishthira just a large mass of treasure, entered that excellent city of cities. Pandava, himself surrounded by a mighty host and filling the atmosphere with the rattle of his chariot wheels. And Madhava, that tiger among men, enhancing that limitless mass of wealth the Pandavas had by that inexhaustible ocean of gems he had brought, enhanced the sorrows of the enemies of the Pandavas. The capital of the Bharata was gladdened by Krishna's presence, just as a dark region is rendered joyful by the sun, or a region of still air by a gentle breeze. Approaching him joyfully and receiving him with due respect, Yudhishthira inquired of his welfare. And after Krishna had been seated at ease, that bull among men, the son of Pandu, with Daumya and Dwapayana and the other sacrificial priests, and with Bhima and Arjuna and the twins, addressed Krishna thus: "O Krishna, it is for thee that the whole earth is under my sway. And, O thou of the Vrishni race, it is through thy grace that vast wealth had been got by me. And, O son of Devki, O Madhava, I desire to devote that wealth according to the ordinance, unto superior Brahmanas and the carrier of sacrificial libations. And, O thou of the Dasara race, it behoveth thee, O thou of mighty arms, to grant me permission to celebrate a sacrifice along with thee and my younger brothers. Therefore, O Govinda, O thou of long arms, install thyself at that sacrifice, for, O thou of the Dasara race, if thou perform the sacrifice, I shall be cleansed of sin. Or, O exalted one, grant permission for myself being installed at the sacrifice along with these my younger brothers, for permitted by thee, O Krishna, I shall be able to enjoy the fruit of an excellent sacrifice." Vyasa continued, unto Yudhishthira after he had said this, Krishna, extolling his virtues, said, "Thou, O tiger among kings, deservest imperial dignity. Let, therefore, the great sacrifice be performed by thee. And if thou performest that sacrifice and obtainest its fruit, we all shall regard ourselves as crowned with success. I am always engaged in seeking good. Perform thou then the sacrifice thou desirest. Employ me also in some office for that purpose, for I should obey all thy commands." Yudhishthira replied, "O Krishna, my resolve is already crowned with fruit, and success also is surely mine, when thou, O Harishakesa, hast arrived here agreeably to my wish." Vyasa continued, commanded by Krishna, the son of Pandu along with his brothers set himself upon collecting the materials for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. And that chastiser of all foes, the son of Pandu, then commanded Sadeva that foremost of all warriors and all ministers also, saying, Let persons be appointed to collect without loss of time all those articles which the Brahmanas have directed as necessary for the performance of this sacrifice, and all materials and auspicious necessaries that Daimya may order as required for it, each of the kind needed and one after another in due order. Let Indrasena and Visoka and Puru with Arjuna for his charioteer be engaged to collect food if they are to please me. Let these foremost of the Kurus also gather every article of agreeable taste and smell that may delight and attract the hearts of the Brahmanas. Simultaneously with these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, Sadeva, that foremost of warriors, having accomplished everything, represented the matter to the king. And Dwapayana, O king, then appointed as sacrificial priests exalted Brahmanas that were like the Vedas themselves in embodied forms. The son of Satyavati became himself the Brahma of that sacrifice. And that bull of the Dhananjaya race, Susaman, became the chanter of the Vedic, Sama, hymns. Yajnavalkya devoted to Brahma became the Adhiryu, and Pila the son of Vasu and Daumya became the Hatris. And O bull of the Bharata race, the disciples and the sons of these men, all well acquainted with the Vedas and the branches of the Vedas, became Hatrags. And all of them, having uttered benedictions and recited the object of the sacrifice, worshipped, according to the ordinance, the large sacrificial compound. Commanded by the Brahmanas, builders and artificers erected numerous edifices there that were spacious and well perfumed like unto the temples of the gods. After these were finished, that best of kings and that bull among men Yudhishthira commanded his chief adviser Sadeva, saying, Dispatch thou, without loss of time, messengers endued with speed to invite all to the sacrifice. And Sadeva, hearing these words of the king, dispatched messengers telling them, Invite ye all the Brahmanas in the kingdom and all the owners of land, Kshatriyas, and all the Vaishyas and also all the respectable Sudras, and bring them hither. Vaisampayana continued, endued with speed. These messengers then, thus commanded, invited everybody according to the orders of the Pandava, without losing any time, and brought with them many persons, both friends and strangers. Then, O Bharata, the Brahmanas at the proper time installed Yudhishthira the son of Kunti at the Rajasuya sacrifice. And after the ceremony of installation was over, that foremost of men, the virtuous king Yudhishthira, the just like the god Dharma himself in human frame, entered the sacrificial compound, surrounded by thousands of Brahmanas and his brothers and the relatives and friends and counselors, and by a large number of Kshatriya kings who had come from various countries, and by the officers of state. Numerous Brahmanas, well skilled in all branches of knowledge and versed in the Vedas and their several branches, began to pour in from various countries. Thousands of craftsmen, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, erected for those Brahmanas with their attendants separate habitations well provided with food and clothes and the fruits and flowers of every season. And, O king, duly worshipped by the monarch, the Brahmanas continued to reside there, passing their time in conversation on diverse topics and beholding the performances of actors and dancers. And the clamor of high-souled Brahmanas, cheerfully eating and talking, was heard there without intermission. Give and eat were the words that were heard there incessantly and every day. And, O Bharata, King Yudhishthira the Just gave unto each of those Brahmanas thousands of kine and beds and gold coins and damsels. Thus commenced on earth the sacrifice of that unrivaled hero, the illustrious son of Pandu, like the sacrifice in heaven of Sakra himself. Then that bull among men, King Yudhishthira dispatched Nakula the son of Pandu unto Hastinapura to bring Bhishma and Drona, Dhritarashtra and Vidura and Kripa and those amongst his cousins that were well disposed towards him. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 33. Vaisampayana said, The ever-victorious Nakula, the son of Pandu, having reached Hastinapura, formally invited Bhishma and Dhritarashtra. The elder of the Kuru race with the preceptor at their head, invited with due ceremonies, came with joyous hearts to that sacrifice, with Brahmanas walking before them. And, O hull of the Bharata race, having heard of King Yudhishthira's sacrifice, hundreds of other Kshatriyas acquainted with the nature of the sacrifice, with joyous hearts came there from various countries, desiring to behold King Yudhishthira the son of Pandu and his sacrificial mansion, and brought with them many costly jewels of various kinds. and Dhritarashtra and Bhishma and Vidura of high intelligence, and all Kaurava brothers with Duryodhana at their head, and Suvala the king of Gandhara and Sakuni endued with great strength, and Achala, and Vrishaka, and Karna that foremost of all charioteers, and Salya endued with great might, and the strong Valhika, and Somadatta, and Buri of the Kuru race, and Purusharthas, and Sala, and Aswathama, Kripa, Drona, and Jayadratha, the ruler of Sindhu, and Yajnasena with his sons, and Salya that lord of earth, and that great Kar warrior King Bhagadatta of Pragyatisha, accompanied by all Mlechka tribes inhabiting the marshy regions on the seashore, and many mountain kings, and King Vrihadvala, and Vasudeva the king of the Pandreyas, and the kings of Vanga and Kalinga, and Akasta and Kunthala, and the kings of the Malavas and the Andrakas, and the Dravidas, and the Singalas, and the king of Kashmira, and King Kuntabhoja of great energy, and King Guravahana, and all the other heroic kings of Valhika, and Virata with his 2 sons, and Mavela endued with great might, and various kings and princes ruling in various countries, and Bharata King Sasupala endued with great energy and invincible in battle, accompanied by his son. All of them came to the sacrifice of the son of Pandu. And Rama and Anirudh and Kanaka and Sarana, and Gada, Pradyumna, Shamva, and Sharadeshna of great energy, and Ulmuka and Nishatha and the brave Angavaha, and innumerable other Vrishnis, all mighty Kar warriors came there. These and many other kings from the middle country came, O monarch, to that great Rajasuya sacrifice of the son of Pandu. And, O king, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, mansions were assigned to all those monarchs, that were full of various kinds of edibles, and adorned with tanks and tall trees. And the son of Dharma worshipped all those illustrious monarchs as they deserved. Worshipped by the king, they retired to mansions that were assigned to them. Those mansions were white and high, like the cliffs of Kailasa, and delightful to behold, and furnished with every kind of furniture. They were enclosed on all sides with well-built and high whitewashed walls, their windows were covered with networks of gold, and their interiors were furnished with rows of pearls, their flights of stairs were easy of ascent, and the floors were all laid over with costly carpets. They were all hung over with garlands of flowers, and perfumed with excellent aloes. White as snow or the moon, they looked extremely handsome even from the distance of a yojana. Their doors and entrances were set uniformly and were wide enough to admit a crowd of persons. Adorned with various costly articles and built with various metals, they looked like peaks of the Himavat. Having rested a while in those mansions, the monarchs beheld King Yudhishthira the Just surrounded by numerous Sadasyas, sacrificial priests, and ever performing sacrifices distinguished by large gifts to Brahmanas. That sacrificial mansion wherein were present the kings and Brahmanas and great rishis looked, O king, as handsome as heaven itself crowded with the gods. Thus ends the 34th section in the Rajasuyika Parva of the Sava Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 34. Vaisampayana said, Then, O king, Yudhishthira, having approached and worshipped his grandfather and his preceptor, addressed Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and the son of Drona and Duryodhana and Vivingsati, and said, Help me ye all in the matter of this sacrifice. This large treasure that is here is yours. Consult ye with one another and guide me as ye desire. The eldest of the sons of Pandu, who had been installed at the sacrifice, having said this unto all, appointed every one of them to suitable offices. He appointed Dasasana to superintend the department of food and other enjoyable articles. Aswathama was asked to attend on the Brahmanas. Sanjaya was appointed to offer return worship unto the kings. Bhishma and Drona, both endued with great intelligence, were appointed to see what was done and what was left undone. And the king appointed Kripa to look after the diamonds and gold and the pearls and gems, as also after the distribution of gifts to Brahmanas. And so other tigers among men were appointed to similar offices. Valhika and Dhritarashtra and Somadatta and Jayadratha, brought thither by Nakula, went about, enjoying themselves as lords of the sacrifice. Vidura, otherwise called Kshata, conversant with every rule of morality, became the disperser. Duryodhana became the receiver of the tributes that were brought by the kings. Krishna, who was himself the center of all worlds and round whom moved every creature, desirous of acquiring excellent fruits, was engaged at his own will in washing the feet of the Brahmanas. And desirous of beholding that sacrificial mansion, as also King Yudhishthira the Just, none came there with tribute less than 1,000, in number, weight, or measure. Everyone honored the King Yudhishthira the Just with large presents of jewels. And each of the kings made a present of his wealth, flattering himself with the proud belief that the jewels he gave would enable the Kuru king Yudhishthira to complete his sacrifice. And, O monarch, the sacrificial compound of the illustrious son of Kunti looked extremely handsome with the multitude of palaces built so as to last forever and crowded with guards and warriors. These were so high that their tops touched the cars of the gods that came to behold that sacrifice, as also with the cars themselves of the celestials, and with the dwelling of the Brahmanas and the mansions made there for the kings resembling the cars of the celestials, and adorned with gems, and filled with every kind of wealth, and lastly with crowds of the kings that came there all endued with beauty and wealth. Yudhishthira, as though vying with Varana himself in wealth, commenced the sacrifice of Rajasuya, distinguished by 6 fires and large gifts to Brahmanas. The king gratified everybody with presents of great value and indeed with every kind of object that one could desire. With abundance of rice and of every kind of food, as also with a mass of jewels brought as tribute, that vast concourse consisted of persons every one of whom was fed to the full. The gods also were gratified at the sacrifice by the Ida, clarified butter, homa, and libations poured by the great rishis versed in mantras and pronunciation. Like the gods, the Brahmanas also were gratified with the sacrificial gifts and food and great wealth. And all the other orders of men also were gratified at that sacrifice and filled with joy. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 35. Argyaharana Parva. Vaisampayana said, on the last day of the sacrifice when the king was to be sprinkled over with the sacred water, the great Brahmana rishis, ever deserving of respectful treatment, along with the invited kings, entered together the inner enclosure of the sacrificial compound. And those illustrious rishis with Narada as their foremost, seated at their ease with those royal sages within that enclosure, looked like the gods seated in the mansion of Brahma in the company of the celestial rishis. Endued with immeasurable energy, those rishis, having obtained leisure, started various topics of conversation. This is so, this is not so, this is even so. This cannot be otherwise. Thus did many of them engage in discussions with one another. Some amongst the disputants, by well-chosen arguments, made the weaker position appear the stronger and the stronger the weaker. Some disputants endued with great intelligence fell upon the position urged by others like hawks darting at meat thrown up into the air, while some amongst them versed in the interpretations of religious treatises and others of rigid vows, and well acquainted with every commentary and gloss engaged themselves in pleasant converse. And, O king, that platform crowded with gods, Brahmanas, and great rishis looked extremely handsome like the wide expanse of the firmament studded with stars. O monarch, there was then no Sudra near that platform of Yudhishthira's mansion, nor anybody that was without vows. And Narada, beholding the fortunate Yudhishthira's prosperity that was born of that sacrifice, became highly gratified. Beholding that vast concourse, all the Kshatriyas, the Muni Narada, O king of men, became thoughtful. And, O bull amongst men, the rishi began to recollect the words he had heard of old in the mansion of Brahma regarding the incarnation on earth of portions of every deity. And knowing, O son of the Kuru race, that was a concourse of incarnate gods, Narada thought in his mind of Hari with eyes like lotus petals. He knew that creator himself of every object one, that exalted of all gods Narayana who had formerly commanded the celestials, saying, Be ye born on earth and slay one another and come back to heaven, that slayer of all the enemies of the gods, that subjugator of all hostile towns, in order to fulfill his own promise, had been born in the Kshatriya order. And Narada knew that the exalted and holy Narayana, also called Sambhu the Lord of the universe, having commanded all the celestials thus, had taken his birth in the race of Yadus, and that foremost of all perpetuator of races, having sprung from the line of the Andhakavrishnis on earth, was graced with great good fortune and was shining like the moon herself among stars. Narada knew that Hari the grinder of foes, whose strength of arm was ever praised by all the celestials with Indra among them, was then living in the world in human form. Oh, the self-create will himself take away, from the earth, this vast concourse of Kshatriyas endued with so much strength. Such was the vision of Narada the Omniscient, who knew Hari or Narayana to be that supreme Lord whom everybody worshipped with sacrifice. And Narada, gifted with great intelligence and the foremost of all persons and conversant with morality, thinking of all this, sat at that sacrifice of the wise King Yudhishthira the just with feelings of awe. Then Bhishma, O king, addressing King Yudhishthira the just, said, O Bharata, let aragya, an article of respect, be offered unto the kings as each of them deserveth. Listen, O Yudhishthira, the preceptor, the sacrificial priest, the relative, the snataka, the friend, and the king, it hath been said, are the six that deserve aragya. The wise have said that when any of these dwell with one for full 1 year, he deserveth to be worshipped with aragya. These kings have been staying with us for some time. Therefore, O king, let aragyas be procured to be offered unto each of them. And let an aragya be presented first of all unto him among those present who is the foremost. Hearing these words of Bhishma, Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of the Kuru race, whom thou deemest the foremost amongst these, and unto whom the aragya should be presented by us, O tell me. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O Bharata, Bhishma the son of Santanu, judged it by his intelligence that on earth Krishna was the foremost of all. And he said, as is the sun among all luminous objects, so is the one, meaning Krishna, who shines like the sun, among us all, in consequence of his energy, strength, and prowess. And this our sacrificial mansion is illuminated and gladdened by him as a sunless region by the sun, or a region of still air by a gust of breeze. Thus commanded by Bhishma, Sadeva, endued with great prowess, duly presented the first aragya of excellent ingredients unto Krishna of the Vrishni race. Krishna also accepted it according to the forms of the ordinance. But Sasupala could not bear to see that worship offered unto Vasudeva. And this mighty king of Chedi, reproving in the midst of that assembly both Bhishma and Yudhishthira, censured Vasudeva thereafter. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 36. Sasupala said, O thou of the Kuru race, this one of the Vrishni race doth not deserve royal worship as if he were a king, in the midst of all these illustrious monarchs. O son of Pandu, this conduct of thine in thus willingly worshipping him with eyes like lotus petals is not worthy of the illustrious Pandavas. Ye sons of Pandu, ye are children. Ye know not what morality is, for that is very subtle. Bhishma, this son also of Ganga, is of little knowledge and hath transgressed the rules of morality by giving ye such counsel. And, O Bhishma, if one like thee, possessed of virtue and morality, acteth from motives of interest, he is deserving of censure among the honest and the wise. How doth he of the Dasara race, who is not even a king, accept worship before these kings, and how is it that he hath been worshipped by ye? O bull of the Kuru race, if thou regardest Krishna as the oldest in age, here is Vasudeva, and how can his son be said so in his presence? Or, if thou regardest Vasudeva as your well-wisher and supporter, here is Drupada, how then can Madhava deserve the first worship? Or, O son of Kuru, regardest thou Krishna as preceptor? When Drona is here, how hast thou worshipped him of the Vrishni race? Or, O son of Kuru, regardest thou Krishna as the Ritwija? When old Dwapayana is here, how hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? Again, when old Bhishma, the son of Santanu, that foremost of men who is not to die save at his own wish, is here, why, O king, hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? When the brave Aswathaman, versed in every branch of knowledge, is here, why, O king, hath Krishna, O thou of the Kuru race, been worshipped by thee? When that king of kings, Duryodhana, that foremost of men, is here, as also Kripa the preceptor of the Bharata princes, why hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? How, O son of Pandu, passing over Druma, the preceptor of the Kemparusas, hast thou worshipped Krishna? When the invincible Bhishmaka and King Pundiv, possessed of every auspicious mark, and that foremost of kings Rukmi and Eklavya and Salya, the king of the Madras, are here, how, O son of Pandu, hast thou offered the first worship unto Krishna? Here also is Karna, ever boasting of his strength amongst all kings, and, really, endued with great might, the favorite disciple of the Brahmana Jamadagnya, the hero who vanquished in battle all monarchs by his own strength alone. How, O Bharata, hast thou, passing him over, offered the first worship unto Krishna? The slayer of Madhu is neither a sacrificial priest, nor a preceptor, nor a king. That thou hast notwithstanding all these worshipped him, O chief of the Kurus, could only have been from motives of gain. If, O Bharata, it was your wish to offer the first worship unto the slayer of Madhu, why were these monarchs brought here to be insulted thus? We have not paid tributes to the illustrious son of Kunti from fear, from desire of gain, or from having been won over by conciliation. On the other hand, we have paid him tribute simply because he hath been desirous of the imperial dignity from motives of virtue. And yet he it is that thus insulteth us. O king, from what else, save motives of insult, could it have been that thou hast worshipped Krishna, who possesseth not the insignia of royalty, with the aragya in the midst of the assembled monarchs? Indeed, the reputation for virtue that the son of Dharma hath been acquired by him without cause, for who would offer such undue worship unto one that hath fallen off from virtue? This rich born in the race of the Vrishnis unrighteously slew of old the illustrious king Jarasandha. Righteousness hath today been abandoned by Yudhishthira, and meanness only hath been displayed by him in consequence of his having offered the aragya to Krishna. If the helpless sons of Kunti were affrighted and disposed to meanness, thou, O Madhava, ought to have enlightened them as to thy claims to the first worship. Why also, O Janardana, didst thou accept the worship of which thou art unworthy, although it was offered unto thee by those mean-minded princes? Thou thinkest much of the worship unworthily offered unto thee, like a dog that lappeth in solitude a quantity of clarified butter that it hath obtained. O Janardana, this is really no insult offered unto the monarchs. On the other hand, it is thou whom the Kurus have insulted. Indeed, O slayer of Madhu, as a wife is to one that is without virile power, as a fine show is to one that is blind, so is this royal worship to thee who art no king. What Yudhishthira is, hath been seen, what Bhishma is, hath been seen, and what this Vasudeva is hath been seen. Indeed, all these have been seen as they are. Having spoken these words, Sisupala rose from his excellent seat, and accompanied by the kings, went out of that assembly. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 37. Vaisampayana said, Then the king Yudhishthira hastily ran after Sisupala and spoke unto him sweetly and in a conciliating tone the following words, O Lord of earth, what thou hast said is scarcely proper for thee. O king, it is highly sinful and needlessly cruel. Insult not Bhishma, O king, by saying that he doth not know what virtue is. Behold, these many kings, older than thou art, all approve of the worship offered unto Krishna. It behoveth thee to bear it patiently like them. O ruler of Chedi, Bhishma knoweth Krishna truly. Thou knowest him not so well as this one of the Kuru race. Bhishma also, after this, said, He that approveth not the worship offered unto Krishna, the oldest one in the universe, deserveth neither soft words nor conciliation. The chief of warriors of the Kshatriya rare, who having overcome a Kshatriya in battle and brought him under his power, setteth him free, becometh the Guru, preceptor or master, of the vanquished one. I do not behold in this assembly of kings even one ruler of men who hath not been vanquished in battle by the energy of this son of the Satwata race. This one, meaning Krishna, here, of undefiled glory, deserveth to be worshipped not by ourselves alone, but being of mighty arms, he deserveth to be worshipped by the three worlds also. Innumerable warriors among Kshatriyas have been vanquished in battle by Krishna. The whole universe without limit is established in him of the Vrishni race. Therefore do we worship Krishna amongst the best and the oldest, and not others. It behoveth thee not to say so. Let thy understanding be never so. I have, O king, waited upon many persons that are old in knowledge. I have heard from all those wise men, while talking, of the numerous much regarded attributes of the accomplished Sauri. I have also heard many times all the acts recited by people that Krishna of great intelligence hath performed since his birth. And, O king of Chedi, we do not from caprice, or keeping in view our relationship or the benefits he may confer on us, worship Janardana, who is worshipped by the good on earth and who is the source of the happiness of every creature. We have offered unto him the first worship because of his fame, his heroism, his success. There is none here of even tender years whom we have not taken into consideration. Passing over many persons that are foremost for their virtues, we have regarded Hari as deserving of the first worship. Amongst the Brahmanas, one that is superior in knowledge; amongst the Kshatriyas, one that is superior in strength; amongst the Vaishyas, one that is superior in possessions and wealth; and amongst the Sudras, one that is superior in years, deserveth to be worshipped. In the matter of the worship offered unto Govinda, there are two reasons, viz., knowledge of the Vedas and their branches, and also excess of strength. Who else is there in the world of men save Kesava that is so distinguished? Indeed, liberality, cleverness, knowledge of the Vedas, bravery, modesty, achievements, excellent intelligence, humility, beauty, firmness, contentment, and prosperity all dwell forever in Achyuta. Therefore, ye kings, it behoveth ye to approve of the worship that hath been offered unto Krishna, who is of great accomplishments, who is the preceptor, the father, the guru, is worthy of the aragya and deserving of everybody's worship. Hrishikesa is the sacrificial priest, the guru, worthy of being solicited to accept one's daughter in marriage, the Snataka, the king, the friend, therefore hath Achyuta been worshipped by us. Krishna is the origin of the universe and that in which the universe is to dissolve. Indeed, this universe of mobile and immobile creatures hath sprung into existence from Krishna only. He is the unmanifest primal cause, avyakta prakriti, the creator, the eternal, and beyond the ken of all creatures. Therefore doth he of unfading glory deserve highest worship. The intellect, the seat of sensibility, the five elements, air, heat, water, ether, earth, and the four species of beings, oviparous, viviparous, born of filthy damp and vegetal, are all established in Krishna. The sun, the moon, the constellations, the planets, all the principal directions, the intermediate directions, are all established in Krishna. As the Agnihotra is the foremost among all Vedic sacrifices, as the Gayatri is the foremost among meters, as the king is the foremost among men, as the ocean is the foremost among all rivers, as the moon is the foremost among all constellations, as the sun is the foremost among all luminous bodies, as the Meru is the foremost among all mountains, as Garuda is the foremost among all birds, so as long as the upward, downward, and sideway course of the universe lasteth, Kesava is the foremost in all the worlds, including the regions of the celestials. This Sisupala is a mere boy, and hence he knoweth not Krishna, and ever and everywhere speaketh of Krishna thus. This ruler of Chedi will never see virtue in that light in which one that is desirous of acquiring high merit will see it. Who is there among the old and the young, or among these illustrious lords of earth, that doth not regard Krishna as deserving of worship, or that doth not worship Krishna? If Sisupala regardeth this worship as undeserved, it behoveth him to do what is proper in this matter. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 38. Vaisampayana said, the mighty Bhishma ceased, having said this. Sadeva then answered Sisupala, in words of grave import, saying, if amongst ye there be any king that cannot bear to see Kesava of dark hue, the slayer of Kesai, the possessor of immeasurable energy, worshipped by me, this my foot is placed on the heads of almighty ones, like him. When I say this, let that one give me an adequate reply. And let those kings that possess intelligence approve the worship of Krishna, who is the preceptor, the father, the guru, and deserveth the aragya and the worship already offered unto him. When Sadeva thus showed his foot, no one among those intelligent and wise and proud and mighty monarchs said anything. And a shower of flowers fell on Sadeva's head, and an incorporeal voice said, excellent, excellent. Then Narada, clad in black deerskin, speaking of both the future and the past, that dispeller of all doubts, fully acquainted with all the worlds, said in the midst of innumerable creatures, these words of the clearest import, those men that will not worship the lotus-eyed Krishna should be regarded as dead though moving, and should never be talked to on any occasion. Vaisampayana continued, then that god among men, Sadeva, cognizant of the distinction between a Brahmana and a Kshatriya, having worshipped those that deserved worship, completed that ceremony. But upon Krishna having received the first worship, Sunitha, Sisupala, that mower of foes with eyes red as copper from anger, addressed those rulers of men and said, when I am here to head ye all, what are ye thinking of now? Arrayed let us stand in battle against the assembled Vrishnis and the Pandavas? And the bull of the Chedis, having thus stirred the kings up, began to consult with them how to obstruct the completion of the sacrifice. All the invited monarchs who had come to the sacrifice, with Sunitha as their chief, looked angry and their faces became pale. They all said, "We must so act that the final sacrificial rite performed by Yudhishthira and the worship of Krishna may not be regarded as having been acquiesced in by us." And impelled by a belief in their power and great assurance, the kings, deprived of reason through anger, began to say this. And being moved by self-confidence and smarting under the insult offered unto them, the monarchs repeatedly exclaimed thus. Though their friends sought to appease them, their faces glowed with anger like those of roaring lions driven away from their praise. Krishna then understood that the vast sea of monarchs with its countless waves of troops was preparing for a terrific rush. Sisupalabhata Parva. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 39. Vyasa said, beholding that vast assembly of kings agitated with wrath, even like the terrific sea agitated by the winds that blow at the time of the universal dissolution, Yudhishthira addressing the aged Bhishma, that chief of intelligent men and the grandsire of the Kurus, even like Puruhita, Indra, that slayer of foes, of abundant energy addressing Vrihaspati, said, "This vast ocean of kings hath been agitated by wrath. Tell me, O grandsire, what I should do in view of this. O grandsire, now what I should do that my sacrifice may not be obstructed and my subjects may not be injured." When King Yudhishthira the just, conversant with morality, said this, Bhishma the grandsire of the Kurus spoke these words in reply, "Fear not, O tiger of the Kurus. Can the dog slay the lion? I have before this found out a way that is both beneficial and comfortable to practice. As dogs in a pack approaching the lion that is asleep bark together, so are all these lords of earth. Indeed, O child, like dogs before the lion, these monarchs are barking in rage before the sleeping lion of the Vrishni race. Achyuta now is like a lion that is asleep. Until he wake up, this chief of the Ketis, this lion among men mocketh these monarchs look like lions. O child, O thou foremost of all monarchs, this Sisupala possessed of little intelligence is desirous of taking along with him all these kings, through the agency of him who is the soul of the universe, to the regions of Yama. Assuredly, O Bharata Vishnu hath been desirous of taking back unto himself the energy that existeth in this Sisupala. O chief of all intelligent men, O son of Kunti, the intelligence of this wicked-minded king of the Chedis, as also of all these monarchs, hath become perverse. Indeed, the intelligence of all those whom this tiger among men desireth to take unto himself, becometh perverse even like that of this king of the Chedis. O Yudhishthira, Madhava is the progenitor as also the destroyer of all created beings of the four species, oviparous, etc., existing in the three worlds. Vyasa continued then, the ruler of Chedis, having heard these words of Bhishma, addressed the latter, O Bharata, in words that were stern and rough. Mahabharata, Book 2, Section 40. Sisupala said, "Old and infamous wretch of thy race, art thou not ashamed of affrighting all these monarchs with these numerous false terrors? Thou art the foremost of the Kurus, and living as thou dost in the third state, celibacy, it is but fit for thee that thou shouldst give such counsel that is so wide of morality. Like a boat tied to another boat, or the blind following the blind, are the Kurus who have thee for their guide. Thou hast once more simply pained our hearts by reciting particularly the deeds of this one, Krishna, such as the slaying of Putana and others. Arrogant and ignorant as thou art, and desirous of praising Kesva, why doth not this tongue of thine split up into 100 parts? How dost thou, superior as thou art in knowledge, desire to praise that cowboy in respect of whom even men of little intelligence may address invectives? If Krishna in his infancy slew a vulture, what is there remarkable in that, or in that other feat of his, O Bhishma, viz., in his slaughter of Aswa and Vrishava, both of whom were unskilled in battle? If this one threw drowned by a kick an inanimate piece of wood, viz., a car, what is there, O Bhishma, wonderful in that? O Bhishma, what is there remarkable in this one's having supported for a week the Govardhan mount, which is like an anthill? While sporting on the top of a mountain, this one ate a large quantity of food. Hearing these words of thine, many have wondered exceedingly. But, O thou who art conversant with the rules of morality, is not this still more wrongful that that great person, viz., Kansa, whose food this one ate, hath been slain by him? Thou infamous one of the Kuru race, thou art ignorant of the rules of morality. Hast thou not ever heard, from wise men speaking unto thee, what I would now tell thee? The virtuous and the wise always instruct the honest that weapons must never be made to descend upon women and kine and brahmanas, and upon those whose food hath been taken, as also upon those whose shelter hath been enjoyed. It seemeth, O Bhishma, that all these teachings hath been thrown away by thee. O infamous one of the Kuru race, desiring to praise Kesava, thou describest him before me as great and superior in knowledge and in age, as if I knew nothing. If at thy word, O Bhishma, one that hath slain women, meaning Putana, and kine be worshipped, then what is to become of this great lesson? How can one who is such deserve praise, O Bhishma? This one is the foremost of all wise men, this one is the Lord of the universe. Hearing these words of thine, Janardana believeth that these are all true. But surely they are all false. The verses that a chanter sings, even if he sings them often, produce no impression on him. And every creature acts according to his disposition, even like the bird Bulinga, that picks the particles of flesh from between the lion's teeth, though preaching against rashness. Assuredly thy disposition is very mean. There is not the least doubt about it. And so also, it seemeth, that the sons of Pandu who regard Krishna as deserving of worship and who have thee for their guide, are possessed of a sinful disposition. Possessing a knowledge of virtue, thou hast fallen off from the path of the wise. Therefore thou art sinful. Who, O Bhishma, knowing himself to be virtuous and superior in knowledge, will so act as thou hast done from motives of virtue? If thou knowest the ways of the morality, if thy mind is guided by wisdom, blessed be thou. Why then, O Bhishma, was that virtuous girl Amva, who had set her heart upon another, carried off by thee, so proud of wisdom and virtue? Thy brother Vichitravirya, conformably to the ways of the honest and the virtuous, knowing that girl's condition, did not marry her though brought by thee. Boasting as thou dost of virtue, in thy very sight, upon the widow of thy brother were sons begotten by another according to the ways of the honest. Where is thy virtue, O Bhishma? This thy celibacy, which thou leadest either from ignorance or from impotence, is fruitless. O thou who art conversant with virtue, I do not behold thy well-being. Thou who expoundest morality in this way dost not seem to have ever waited upon the old. Worship, gift, study, sacrifices distinguished by large gifts to the Brahmanas, these all equal not in merit even 1/16th part of that which is obtainable by the possession of a son. The merit, O Bhishma, that is acquired by numberless vows and fasts assuredly becomes fruitless in the case of one that is childless. Thou art childless and old and the expounder of false morality. Like the swan in the story, thou shalt now die at the hands of thy relatives. Other men possessed of knowledge have said this of old. I will presently recite it fully in thy hearing. There lived of yore an old swan on the sea coast. Ever speaking of morality, but otherwise in his conduct, he used to instruct the feathery tribe. Practice ye virtue and forego sin, these were the words that other truthful birds, O Bhishma, constantly heard him utter, and the other oviparous creatures ranging the sea, it hath been heard by us, O Bhishma, use for virtue's sake to bring him food. And, O Bhishma, all those other birds, keeping their eggs, with him, ranged and dived in the waters of the sea. And the sinful old swan, attentive to his own pursuits, used to eat up the eggs of all those birds that foolishly trusted in him. After a while, when the eggs were decreasing in number, a bird of great wisdom had his suspicions roused, and he even witnessed the affair one day. And having witnessed the sinful act of the old swan, that bird in great sorrow spoke unto all the other birds. Then, O thou best of the Kurus, all those birds witnessing with their own eyes the act of the old swan, approached that wretch of false conduct and slew him. Thy behavior, O Bhishma, is even like that of the old swan. These lords of earth might slay thee in anger like those creatures of the feathery tribe slaying the old swan. Persons conversant with the Puranas recite a proverb, O Bhishma, as regards this occurrence, I shall, O Bharata, repeat it to thee fully. It is even this, O thou that supportest thyself on thy wings, though thy heart is affected by the passions, thou preachest yet of virtue, but this thy sinful act of eating up the eggs transgresseth thy speech. Present you by HinduMonastery.com